In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody. What's going on? It's Steel Toe, it's me, it's you. You see the title of today's show, Is This End Stage Capitalism? We've talked about it before, we've mentioned it before. It's time to ask. You know, you got a socialist mayor in New York City, a lot of that created by the wealth inequality of our corporatist oligarch government. I mean, could this be? And now look, this could be like space. It could be like the sun. It could, end stage capitalism could go on another 100 years. But we're not getting 1,000 years right out of this thing. I don't think so. It's people are drifting further apart ideologically. People on the right and on the left are willing to go further to the right and left. Put those green sirens away. I'm not saying there's a race war. That's you guys saying that. I'm saying you gotta look out. Chips and Diff says, yep, grab your ankles and kiss your ass goodbye. Coltrane says, more doom and gloomy hot takes. If you're still making money, we are fine. Once Aaron goes under, he can worry. Wait, what? You understand, I don't want to get to that part. I don't want to get to the part where I go under and then everybody No. I would like to warn us beforehand. There's a scene in the movie Margin Call where Jeremy Irons is talking to, God damn it, who else is, he's talking to Spacey. And he's talking to him about money and markets and how it works. And it is the most, I shit my pants when I watched it. It's just Jeremy Irons in Margin Call talking about how money is money. You're not going to stop, any of the bad shit that happens. Yeah, here it is. This is a clip from Margin Call. This kind of had me thinking about end stage capitalism. This is another movie I think about 2008. I want to say, but this is another one of those things that got me thinking. This is like watching The Big Short in jail, and I'm just like, oh no. Like, where I think once 2008 happened, I really believe we hit like a weird crossroads where we had a chance. I think in 2008 we had a chance. We're like, look, we're still a capitalist country, but maybe Jefferson was right, and every once in a while you got to cut off the heads of some bankers, figuratively speaking, in Minecraft. Sometimes you gotta lock a bunch of criminals up, and you gotta feed the proletariat. You gotta feed the plebs, and sometimes you gotta feed them bankers' blood, And maybe that's, what we needed to do in 2008. Hey, we're gonna take a shitload of your guys' hard-earned tax money, and we're gonna give it to these bankers. What? Yeah, no, we're going to throw the first bankers that did this in jail, and then the new banker, and then you're going to be one of the new bankers. We're going to give you guys a piece of the company. All right, I don't like it. It's not my favorite, but you know what? We can survive. We can move on. That sounds great. or just let those banks fail. Let those guys beg in the gutter. But instead we went, no, we're going to give them all your money, plus they get to stay in charge. And here's the cherry on top. We're going to let them keep doing all the shit they've been doing in perpetuity from 2008 to 2025, and now nobody can afford a house because they just pumped the bubble back up. Isn't it great? So anyway, that plus a Sneako clip that I saw, and I stay away from all things like Sneako, all these Twitch conservatives or these like Twitch right-wingers. It's like it's like watching regular right-wing guys, but they have absolutely no idea what they're talking about. And they're just kind of they've globbed onto the right wing grift because they think it's viral, you know. But I watched Sneako make a really good point, and as I'm watching it yesterday, I'm going, this is like watching a dog walk on its hind legs. This is like watching a crippled guy just get out of his wheelchair and walk around for 5 minutes and then just sit back down like nothing happened. He was talking about wealth inequality. He was talking about end-stage capitalism and shit like that, and it actually resonated. And it made me wonder, this is one of two things. Either the right is starting to become more of an everyman movement. That's option one. I hope that's it. Or number two, this is the thing I've always talked about. This is conservatism being progressivism driving the speed limit. That we're just getting there later. I don't think there's anything wrong with acknowledging income inequality. It exists. But it's what you do with that information that tells me whether this is a new thing or it's progressivism driving the speed limit. This is the clip from Margin Call I want to play. And then I have some really good news for you guys. I don't want to be doom and gloom today. We also have Matan Even. If you've never seen him, he's like a trolling 18, 19-year-old podcaster who's just subtly a cunt. He had Bonnie Blue on his podcast, and he put guys in hazmat suits between the two of them, proving that some people will do anything just for a couple of views and a little bit of clout, and that's Bonnie Blue. We've got that coming up. Also, millennials we've officially taken over the country. We've officially taken over the world. Millennials are going to be incredibly fun to watch. Gen Z is going to be all right, too, because Gen Z is kind of our little brothers, and I think we've taught them well. I really do. Gen Alpha is going to take the world by storm. I'm telling you, this Gen Alpha, I like them. I like the generation. I don't mind Gen Z. I think Gen Z is going to be okay because I feel like they're trying to kind of copy millennials a little bit, and that's always cool. Gen Alpha, though, dude, any generation that creates 6, 7 is awesome. I'll tell you why. Because Gen Alpha, which is like, I don't know, teenagers at this point, Gen Alpha dropped 6, 7 on us, and a bunch of adults went, 6, 7, what does it mean? And Gen Alpha just looked at everyone and went, fuck you, it doesn't mean anything. Suck it. We don't give a shit. It just means 6, 7. Go fuck yourself. I like that. That takes chutzpah. That takes moxie. I like these people. So let's do this Jeremy Irons thing from Margin Call. Then I'm going to tell you why millennials have completed their takeover of the world. Then we're going to watch Matan Even slut shame Bonnie Blue. So I got to say, all in all, first half hour to 45 minutes of today's show, it's going to be a lot of fun. You got Small Town MN Gal already gifting a membership. Thank you very much. Over on Rumble. We're only 58 memberships away from 400. And if we get to 400 by the end of this week, we're getting back to 500 next week. That's a fact, Jack. So let me switch the date on our scroll. We'll then get to this Jeremy Irons clip, and then we're going to have a fucking rip shitter of a day, my friends. This is Jeremy Irons in the movie Margin Call, and this, I think, describes, because every time there's some kind of financial crisis or economic crisis in America, everyone's always looking for the answer. Hey, what are we going to do? Well, here's the problem. We're talking about money and we're talking about human nature. There's a very good chance nothing's going to get done, that we're just going to keep chasing.
What can I do for you? I want out. I'm done. I want out.
Is this Kevin Spacey talking to the Hollywood pedophilic elite? When he's like, I want to stop tackling teenagers. Oh, no. That's got to be a shitty feeling when you're one of those finance guys who all you've done is make bets on Wall Street, because, you know, people think of Wall Street as like stocks and bonds, and stock prices go up and companies announce new profits and everything. But there's a whole casino in there where it's just like you're not making anything. You're going, I'm shorting that stock, meaning I'm betting that it's going to go down to this number. And if it does, you have to pay me a shitload of money. There's just guys just basically running sports books in there. It doesn't create anything. You withdraw all this money and nothing was created. It's just money out of thin air. I'm going to sound a little bit like a Mamdani here. It shouldn't be allowed. It should be outlawed. It should be illegal. You shouldn't be able to just create money out of thin air, out of the stock market. Like, you know, that's where the whole GameStop thing came from. There was this one guy, and there's that great Paul Dano movie about it, about the, you know, rocket ships to the moon and the thing. And the tendies. He saw GameStop as an undervalued stock, and he would tell all of his followers online, hey, I think that GameStop is undervalued. You guys should invest in it. He wouldn't say, he would say, I'm investing a bunch of money in it. So then he saw that a bunch of these giant hedge funds were shorting GameStop, meaning they were betting all this money that GameStop's stock price, it's hard to say GameStop stock price would go down to a certain dollar amount. So he and his buddies on Reddit, his followers, using a lot of that COVID relief money, this is why it's good to just print money and hand it out to people. They just inflated the price of the GameStop stock. And when you make a short bet, it's like insurance, you make premium payments. And as time goes on and that bet doesn't hit, those premium payments balloon and you have to pay more and more to keep that short option. So these GameStop guys just put these guys on more and more premium payments and they were literally shutting down hedge funds by doing this. Now, I think that's great. I think that's awesome. Fuck these guys into the ground. They were betting on a company to go in the shitter, which means working people lose their jobs and people's investments take a loss, and they're profiting off of that misery. So fuck those guys 6 ways to Sunday. What I'm saying is you shouldn't be allowed to do that. Wall Street should be for publicly traded companies and bond offerings and shit, stuff with something behind it. I'm buying Tesla stock. Why are you buying Tesla stock? Well, the fundamentals of the company are sound. They're very profitable, so on and so forth. I think they're going to continue to earn more money. This company pays a dividend every quarter. I'm interested in all that. I'd like to give this publicly traded company my money because I think it's going to pay off in the long run. Okay, cool. That's awesome. That has to be backed by some kind of performance. A margin call or a short bet is just, I think the Vikings are going to cover against the Ravens this week. All right, cool. Give me $20. All right, and if I win, I'll give you 35. Sweet. Mark it down. That's our economy. This isn't a football game. And by the way, that's handled by a private company like DraftKings or something else, and they take your bet and DraftKings pays you. We're just creating money. And like, what if the hedge fund that takes that bet, like, what if they lose that bet and the short hits? Now they're taking their own investors' money and they're just giving it to some lucky turd who made a bet. Anyway, back to this Jeremy Irons clip that got me. By the way, Coltrane said doom and gloom takes today. I don't want to drive people away with doom and gloom. I still think this is the best place in the world to live. I still think America's fantastic. It's just, if anything, I'm not doom and gloom. I'm the hope guy. I wouldn't be so worked up about this stuff if I didn't still believe in it and think it can work. It's just that a lot of the answers are sitting right in front of us. We know it, and we purposely choose to do the wrong thing. Like think Trump knows what he just, now this part of the movie, he just starts throwing dates where there were financial calamities, like since the invention of capitalism and money. Like he just starts naming off every single year where a bunch of people went out of business, people starved, and the economy just... That's the craziest part. Like, these guys are in it. These guys are the ones making the fucking bets. And they're like, The realization you come to that if the two of us today decide we're going to take a stand and we're not going to do this anymore, guess what? A couple of other money-hungry fuckers are going to come by and they're going to do it. Because it's money. It's the illusion of have, and you didn't need 10, 15 years ago. You think about the first house you ever bought. Think about the first house or the first apartment you had. Was it enough? What would happen if you had to go live there today? Would you be satisfied? No. So is it the system we live in? Is it all of it, or is it us? Are we just fighting human nature? You know, are we just fighting it? And then that 8-foot toad makes a great point in the chat. You know, when people say money doesn't grow on trees. No, it quite literally does. Literally grows on trees. The thing that money is printed on grows on trees, and money is backed by nothing other than the fact that if you want my shit, I'll exchange it for these tokens, these coupons. $1 from Veldrain says, capitalism is fine. We will all be fine. By the way, Aaron, what date do you start taking firstborns and bushels of wheat for VIP? I've always accepted it because, the slave markets in Libya are doing very well these days. So. Redbird with $1. Yes, you are correct. He says, if I understand this right, you're sitting in your basement bitching about late stage capitalism. I don't think I'm bitching about it. I'm acknowledging it. My tribal chief. While begging us for money so you don't have to become a failure and get a real job. Yes. What was the question? Was that just an analysis of where Steel Toe has gone, or was that? Because yeah, it pretty much nailed it. Oh, by the way, 285 is the number for today, in case you were wondering. It's only begging if you don't get it. Eagle of America says Wall Street is a casino for the rich, but it is though. That sounds like a very like cagey hippie thing to say. It's just a casino for the rich, but it is. And did you know there's certain you can't just be a guy and go in and play some of the games they play. Like there's some access to some trades that you have to be like a giant hedge fund with a certain amount of capital to be able to make these bets. Isn't that fucking insane? Like, you're not even allowed in if you're just like, I want to put $200 on some gamble. Sorry, you don't have your license. You're not registered with, what is it? The ISDA? Yeah. Bigot on socialist media says $50 trillion in debt before 2030. Yeah, we're probably heading there. Cheeseburger Pie says, begging for money. I'm just here to get a gift sub. Yeah, see, Cheeseburger Pie's not begging for money. He's just begging for a sub on Rumble. Hook the kid up. Hook it up, my man. Ryan the Garbage Man says, Mamdani, you shouldn't be able to create money out of thin air. Federal Reserve, hold my beer. Yeah, creating money out of thin air. We do a good job of that. Do a really good job. I used to talk to an investment guy. I think his name was Patrick Kelly. He was with Raymond James. And he told me at the start of the 2008 crisis, when Bear Stearns and Lehman Brothers went under, I think this was even 2007, he told me, hold on, I'm going to sneeze. It's going to happen. It's coming. Hold on. Wait. It's passing. I don't think I'm going to sneeze. Real-time updates. Sneeze not happening. So anyway, I talked to Patrick Kelly, and he says, Aaron, I just hate it when people say we print money. We don't print money. We borrow the money. We sell treasury bonds. The money is backed by that. And people buy the treasury bonds, and we can then, borrow more money. I said, okay, sounds good to me. And the price of the treasury bond goes up because we need, the whole thing. So then I'm like, okay, so we're on my show back on KLFD, and he's like, all right, so we're going to stop using the term printing money. And one day I come in, he comes in for his guest spot, and I go, okay, so we know we don't print money. And he goes, wait a minute, hold on. He goes, you know how I've always been really mad about people saying we print money? I said, yeah. He said, because I've always said we don't print money. It's backed by the sale of treasury bonds to the public, right? I said, yeah. Sometimes Japan will buy it. Sometimes China will buy the debt. Sometimes the market will buy the debt. Yeah. He goes, so we don't print money. It's backed by, it's a debt standard, not a gold standard, but it's a standard. So yeah. He goes, well, Aaron, I was wrong. We have officially begun printing money. The Federal Reserve bought, this was what was called quantitative easing. And he said, Aaron, the Federal Reserve has just purchased, when in reality they just created, a shitload of treasury bills, and now the United States government gets the money to do the bailout or to stimulate the economy. He goes, it is literally robbing Peter to pay Paul. We literally just printed trillions of dollars, and we've basically been doing it since. So now, even guys who are financial experts and for years have been saying, we don't print money. Stop saying we print money. It's an oversimplification. One day he just comes into this. This is 2008, 2009. This is kind of when I knew we were super duper fucked. He goes, yeah, no, you know how I've been really adamant about that thing? Yeah, it turns out it's total bullshit. We're printing money now. Oh, and that was QE1. Then we had what was called QE2, which was quantitative easing 2, where we did the same thing again. And he's just like, yeah, we're printing it. It's just being printed at this point. There's nothing worse than like a guy with standing, a guy with knowledge that you kind of take your cues from. And you're like, I'm going to say what this really smart guy says until I learn the shit myself. And then that really smart guy makes you feel really good because he knows stuff. And then he goes, yeah, that turns out that's now total horse shit. And you're like, oh no, that's not good. When someone really smart about shit gets worried about things, that gives you existential dread. Veldrain gifting a membership to Front Row. Thank you very much. Veldrain gifting another membership, and Cheeseburger Pie got it. There we go. Hey. Veldrain, thank you very much. Cheese, do me a favor. Why don't you buy one less fifth of Old Granddad this weekend and pass that membership along? Sorry. $1 from Redbird. Says it's called tangible assets that aren't affected by fiat currency and not living in the damn cities and not getting into debt because you need that nice house or car today instead of waiting 10 years. Redbird is right. And that's the way it should be. We should all live a very simple life. We should always be living under our means. But is that what the majority of people do? And then how about the fact that you will have people live under their means and the market will find a way to fuck those people over? And how about the fact that if you don't get into the game, you can't retire? You know, what do they keep saying? Well, it costs 1 point some odd million. I think now they're saying it costs like 800 grand when you're 60 some to retire, right? And how do you get that kind of money if you're just a normal guy that wants to see his family and not work all the day? What are you supposed to do other than get into the market? And now you're at their mercy, at their whim. $5 from Balls Deep says, haha, this is the greatest show. Look at all the super fans yiffing to Aaron. Are you kidding me? I'm beloved. Shit Show with $1.99 says you should sell that hideous sign for scrap. That's a beautiful sign. You gotta be out your goddamn mind if you don't like that sign. You gotta be consumed by what the kids call haterade if you don't like that sign. 191 Redbird with $1 says, if you need well over $1 million to retire, you're a fucking idiot. I think they do say about 800K though. It's actually like a percentage, like a multiple of your income. How much does a person need to retire? You just need a shotgun and a log cabin, motherfucker. Person needs retirement savings. Target that depends on pre-retirement income, desired lifestyle, and age. I want to live like Jed Clampett before he found oil. But a common guideline is to have 10 times your annual salary saved by 67. 67's a good age to retire. You got to worry about retiring too early, I think. because if you retire, like people who retire early, sometimes they just die, which is very, very odd. Coltrane says, I bought a $55,000 new Ford Bronco. Ooh, someone's doing well. Drove it 3 years and then bought a new Ford Raptor in June. So Coltrane's a homosexual. We know that now. I feel good that people feel comfortable coming out to me. I like that. LOL, I can't fault anyone, but my house will be paid off in like 10 years. Good. I'm glad. That makes me happy, Coltrane. Pay off that house, my man. Pay off that house. Olivia S. says way more than 800,000. Derek Bookman says, this guy doesn't even know how to split at a blackjack table. I don't know how to split at a... I don't know how to talk. I don't know how to yell at you. That's for sure. I don't know how to split at a blackjack table. Boy, sit down. Sorry. That wasn't okay. Christoph Mueller-Olsen says, thanks Sweden and war. The first central bank was created to finance Sweden's military in the 1600s. Yay. Johnny 8book says, there is only one race, and it's called the race to the goal. Attaboy, Johnny. There we go. Boy, we got him. We got him riled up today, boys and girls. $1 from Redbird says, when everything collapses this time around, we all know Aaron will fall back on the oldest profession known to man. If you guys don't know what Redbird's trying to say, Redbird's saying that when the entire economy crashes, I'm going to suck cocks for money. What Redbird is trying to say is that I will become a prostitute. Redbird, I just want to check in with you real quick so I don't misrepresent your position. I'm assuming you're saying I will become a homosexual prostitute. That I will exclusively have sex with men for said currency. Is that correct? Veldrain says, does living within your means mean spending only 95% of your disposable on a gotcha game to get your favorite waifu? I don't know what that means. Chips and Diff says, you didn't say Redbird was wrong. I kind of thought that it would be ridiculous and you guys would just assume it was wrong and that I would not end up sucking men's genitals for income. I thought that you guys would go, oh, that's a joke that Redbird's telling. Clearly. I just kind of thought it was undignified for me to even say he's incorrect, but apparently you guys need that. So real quick, no, I will not be performing gay acts when the economy crashes to pay my bills. Redbird says, do what we've done for all of human history, and after you stop working, you live with family. Put 2 or 3 generations of the same big house, and suddenly you need pennies compared to dollars. What are we, a bunch of fucking Mexicans? Sorry, that's... When I decided to shout that, it felt funny. When it came out, it felt hateful. It's odd. Wonder if Hitler ever felt that way. He's like, Germany'd be in a lot more better shape if we got these fucking Jews out of Main Street. But when I said that, I thought it was going to be funny. Now it just kind of seemed, it's the mustache too. The mustache and the hat, it makes me seem, us Germans don't understand tone. Joey Caravello with $2 says, Aaron, would you eat out Chrissy Mayer's wet pussy? God damn it. No. 279 from Norm McDonald. He says, hey, jealous. SJ is besties with Kiki and Gino now. I am. I didn't know they were. Are they besties? Good for them. Everybody needs friends. I mean, if there's one thing I know, it's that a lot of you people who spend a lot of time online, you guys could use a few buddies. You guys could use a few pals. $1 from somebody said, I always knew Aaron was gay. Oh, boy. Thank you, guys. We're off to a great start this morning. I want to let you know. Thank you for all the contributions. I'm kind of liking this knocking it out, $1, $2, and $5 at a time thing. It's nice and easy on everybody. It's been a great week that way. Let's go ahead and see.
I'm going to suck cocks for money.
I've got to learn to stop pausing after I do shit like that because it's detrimental to the cause.
I'm going to suck cocks for money.
Cute smile though. I am a charismatic little fucker. You really can't deny that. I think the hate gets so aggressive sometimes because a lot of you are fighting your urge to admit that I'm cute, I'm charming, I'm funny. A lot of you are fighting that because your idea of funny is it needs to be mean and we need to be destroying people because you're unhappy with your life. And you watch me and you're like, here's this guy just being funny by just being silly and self-deprecating. And it drives you insane. Find a doctor. Find a goddamn doctor. I don't know, guys. I don't believe that I'm going to turn to homosexuality when the economy crashes. In fact, I am taking all of your bets. If you want to short that position, I will take all of your bets. How's that? Let's continue on today. I want to do this Matan Even Bonnie Blue thing. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. It is appreciated. It does not go unnoticed. We are now 265 away from a perfect week again. And also, we've got 58 memberships away from 400 on Rumble. Thank you, guys. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Touching 500, looking to go to 6. We've been going to 6 every day this week, but we want to hit that 7 number. That's a nice one. I like 6. 7's better. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. So, some of you may not know, in fact, most of you may not know who Matan Even is. I've only seen a couple of clips of this kid. But he's like 18, 19 years old. And he does a podcast where he's just a dry shithead. And he trolls people, and it's harmless, it's funny, it's silly. I mean, really the thing that this guy does, like I've seen him with Sam Hyde, and I've seen him with a couple of other people. And the thing that this guy kind of uses everyone else's momentum to create funny. Like he himself, not the funniest guy in the world, but he takes really thirsty internet personalities and he doesn't even humiliate them himself. He allows them to allow themselves to be humiliated. It's really kind of a matador type of shtick he does. So Matan Even decided to have Bonnie Blue on his show. And this... You know, this Matan Even reminds me a little bit of Rick Glassman. Rick Glassman does a podcast where he ironically mocks people, and like at some point in the podcast they catch on that they're being fucked with. Matan Even kind of takes that to the next step. He had Bonnie Blue on, and he put guys in hazmat suits in the studio because, get it? And he's also got like a door of a shark cage right here. You see, her pussy is so rancid from all the dicks all at once that he needs to have men in hazmat suits like it's E.T. and shark cages like it's Jaws because, you know, he ain't going to risk it. He ain't going to catch anything with Bonnie Blue. And it's not that he has the shark cage up. It's not that he has the men in hazmat suits. It's that Bonnie Blue subjects herself to it, allows it. It's the lack of dignity for more internet clout. By the way, 265 win. It's the lack of dignity for internet clout that makes this beautiful.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the podcast. For today's guest, we have Bonnie Blue.
Oh, yeah, he's a camel. Never mind.
Welcome in. Come sit in the middle, please. For today's co-host, welcome Mike. Mike, come take your seat to the left.
Oh, no. So the co-hosts watch. Yeah.
Please pull the mic close to you and then introduce yourself.
The co-host
doesn't know you.
The co-host is wearing basically a World War I gas mask, or maybe this is more of a Chernobyl mask than anything else, and all because of her vagina. And Matan plays it straight. And of course, Bonnie Blue, totally oblivious or just totally fine with it because she's made herself a fuck doll to become a millionaire.
Okay. Hi, I'm Bonnie Blue.
Yeah, but you just said your name, which I already said. I'm saying introduce yourself, please, in case anybody doesn't know you.
Okay, no.
He wants her. He wants her to say, I get my pussy filled with cock on camera at literally at record numbers.
Problem. I'm the girl that slept with 1,057 men in just 12 hours, and I take anyone from to barely breathe in.
What?
Okay, so essentially what she's trying to say, she's a disgusting but maybe tell them a little bit about yourself and not just your career.
Yeah, so alongside being a disgusting whore,
Right.
I love sleeping with strangers. I love sharing my location online.
See, this is the grossest part about her. It's the lack of shame. I'm not even saying that you can't take 1,057 dicks in 12 hours and not be likable. You can take 1,057 dicks in 12 hours and people can like you. If you go, yeah, this is a really filthy, nasty, disgusting thing I do, but goddamn, the money's just too good. And you can be part of it. She's trying to have it both ways. She's like the Kardashians on steroids. She got famous for fucking a lot. Kardashians got famous because their sister got plowed by an R&B singer. Bonnie Blue is acting like she's like a social media influencer or like she's a legitimate, respected celebrity and just kind of, you know, the 1,057 men thing, that's just incidental. People like her and are follow her because of her personality.
Letting anyone enter my house, and I love it, and I have really good fun making the content.
Yeah, that's disgusting, but that's exactly what you just said. You know, that's kind of your career. I'm saying maybe tell them a little bit about yourself.
Myself, well, I mean, me having sex with strangers is something I do all the time, and it is.
Oh, no. Okay, see, now this is where when the troll steps out of the way and just lets it happen, that's where the brilliance comes from. He just stepped out of the way and said, no, I'm giving you a third chance. You're just telling, I've already told them you're a disgusting whore. Tell us about yourself. And she can't. She can't. Like, it's one thing for you and I not to be able to explain Bonnie Blue to someone without saying she takes a lot of cock. It is another sad, depressing thing for Bonnie Blue to not tell you who she is without leading off with, I take a lot of cock.
My life. But aside from that, I have 3 pets. I love traveling. And
So your entire life is just degeneracy. You don't have any hobbies.
Oh, no.
I have
Just all
hobbies.
going around being
I
a disgusting imbecile.
Yeah, aside from that, I enjoy shopping, free diving, anything outdoorsy.
So you enjoy having pets and shopping besides when you're doing, you know what? Very interesting. How did you get such interesting hobbies?
Well, pets, you buy pets. I adore my pets.
I know,
Free
but most
diving.
people don't like pets or shopping. You know, what made you interested in something like that? Such a niche thing.
I mean, it's not really
Such a niche thing. Having pets and shopping. How does this bitch not know she's being made fun of? How does she not know? That's what I'm saying. Like, Matan Even can't be this brilliant. They have to make the content for him.
niche. It's very common.
Oh, wow. Oh.
Okay, aside from that, I did mention free diving, but you just skipped over that.
I don't know if you know what that means. Say again?
Snorkeling, being in the water, free diving.
You like shopping, swimming, and owning pets?
Yeah, that basically sums me up.
Extremely interesting. What initially made you such a horrible, shameless, depraved, and wicked individual?
He had to write that one down. That was a very important question. That's like, if you're David Frost, you're like, former President Nixon, what made you decide that it was okay for us to expand the bombing campaign into Cambodia and Laos? You got to write that down. You got to take notes.
I wanted to do this originally just for money and to get freedom. And then I
Okay.
realized I actually enjoyed it and I had a lot of fun from filming content and meeting new people.
Oh,
If you could try to keep it to, obviously give real answers. Try to keep it to a low with all the weird, disgusting innuendos. So you originally did this for money. How much money are you making?
A lot of money.
How much?
A lot.
Do you not disclose a specific amount?
No.
That's weird. I will tell you that I fucked 1,057 guys in 12 hours. I am totally fine disclosing that information. How much money did you make for it? That's a little personal. I had my twat caved in by men of all different colors of the rainbow in half a day. In some people's work day, I took 1,000 loads of jizz. How much money you make for that? Whoa, 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 whoa. Come on, don't dox me.
Do you disclose a general amount?
Enough money to live a beautiful life.
Yeah, but a beautiful life could be different for somebody who has such a niche interest, such as shopping.
Of course. I might shop at Asda, I might shop at Selfridges, who knows?
I don't know what either of those are, but I mean, do you make, for example, more than $100,000 a month?
Why did she agree to sit down next to two guys in hazmat suits and talk to this guy through a screen? Like, Jesus. I guess once you take 1,057 dicks, really, what's the point?
Yeah, I'm not going to say what I earn, but yes, I earn a comfortable living.
More than 100,000.
Yes.
More than $1 million?
I'm not commenting.
But you just commented. You said more than 100,000.
Yeah, I answered that one question, and now I'm no longer commenting.
And why is that?
Because it's my decision. I respect consent.
I know
and
that
what
it's your
people's
decision. I'm
boundaries
asking,
are.
why is that your decision? What's influencing that?
Nothing. I just don't always need to disclose how much.
I want to point out before we leave this, she sat for another 40 minutes of this. This was just 3 minutes in. She sat for another 40 minutes. Some people just can't walk away.
I'm not saying that you're not getting consent from people. I'm suggesting what you're doing is worse.
It's not worse. If you think
According to
not
you, that's not factual.
no, but consent. If you break consent, you're going to jail, or you're going to get in
But
trouble
we
with the
just
law.
established that jail doesn't decide morals and ethics, obviously.
Morals and ethics are different to consent.
She sat here and debated morals and ethics with Matan Even.
Morals and ethics is what determines if somebody is a good or bad person, though.
Yeah, but you can say I'm a bad person. I'm not arguing that.
Okay, but what do you think I'm arguing with you about the law?
You're just trying to say consent isn't important.
Nope, I'm saying that it is important. And the fact that you've crossed the boundary and done something worse is unbelievable. I mean, I almost
Consent
want to say
isn't
congratulations. You might be the worst person I've ever met in my life.
Consent isn't on a grade. Consent is yes or no. There's no in between.
Do you think I'm disagreeing with that? I mean, what are you
Yeah.
talking about?
Let me ask something. Is consent yes or no? Because I don't know if it is. I don't know if consent is yes or no. We tell ourselves that so that we don't look like giant whores like her. Would you have here would be a great example. Would you have sex with 1,057 people in 12 hours just for free? I bet you Bonnie Blue would say, no, of course not. I'm not some disgusting slut. Okay, so that you would not give consent to that. Would you have sex with 1,057 men for $5 million? Yes, she would. Okay, so I thought consent was yes or no. Either you would or you wouldn't. No, there's extenuating circumstances that could influence whether or not you give consent. Now, I don't think Matan Even is holding this up as some sort of giant W for him that he that he tricked or that he won a debate with Bonnie Blue while sitting next to a couple guys in a hazmat suit. But it's just, there's something frustrating about someone like her. It's like, we all want to leave you alone. We all don't want to know you exist. We don't want to talk about you. We don't want to hear about you. We just want to hear you say that you're a giant fucking whore and what you're doing is shameful. We just want to shame you in the public square one time. And that's why, in a way, Bonnie Blue is winning. Because we all just want to hear her say the words, I'm a disgusting creature, I'm fallen in the eyes of my God, and I am short of the kingdom of heaven. And she won't do it. That's a win for the Blue. Veldrain with $1 says, Aaron, it isn't gay if you are paid to do it. It's also not gross if you are paid to go down Whoopi's sloppy black box. Pearl, peel back first to avoid spitting out pubes. 191 Redbird with $1 says, I would never insinuate that you would suck penis, Aaron. You would, of course, eat other men's assholes. You can't state that as a fact. You're not allowed to state that as a fact. $2 from Joey Caravello. Says Jimmy Savile had sex with her when she was 13 and she liked. Is that true or is that just a Jimmy Savile joke? Because he was a disgusting pervert. $2 from Veldrain says, I am disappointed with Bonnie Blue. She should have stopped at 300. Then she could say she did it for Sparta. You see, it's a Greek city-state joke. If she would have done it with underage people, she could have said it was for Athens. Numero Uno says, you would be wrong. She literally says she would do it for free. She says that now, but you know she wouldn't because she didn't. She did it for a shitload of money. Joey Caravello says it is a Jimmy joke, but it's probably true. Okay, yeah. You still haven't learned allegedly, have you, Joey? Still not. Fuck allegedly, apparently. Thank you guys very much. 260 away from today and 58 memberships away from 400. Thank you so much. Maddie from the Woods 2 with 199 says, you ask SJ's consent. What's your fascination with SJ? That's weird. You guys are an odd bunch. Before you jumped on his rake? I know you all have your fan fiction, but this is really just starting to look sad on your part. I kind of feel bad from a guy like Maddie for the Woods because it's like he lives for these people. And then it's just you live for these people and you're obsessed with them and then you act like somehow that's on them. Maddie, you're going to be okay, kiddo. Don't forget your pills before you go out today, all right? And thank you for proving my point that I am a very engaging personality. Switchblade Proper, God damn it. Aaron, would you rather have sex with Whoopi or be number 1058 for Bonnie? Oh, shit. Oh, Zen Man says he was talking about Steve Jobs. Oh, Steve Jobs' rake? I don't have cancer. I wish I had the kind of cancer that helped you create Apple. Would you rather have sex with Whoopi or be number? I don't have to answer that question. First of all, the smell of being number 1058, but also the horror of sleeping with Whoopi. No. I'm going to say no. Look, you asked me that question. First of all, there was no money behind that question, so I am under no grounds to answer you. But my answer to that question is pull the fucking trigger. Do it, you nutless wonder. I got one more thing. I don't want to do this one quite yet because it's a little too much internet for one day. But this Miss Kiff lawsuit, I think a lot of people are kind of piling on this guy because it's like the nutless thing to do is just pile on somebody. I mean, this Miss Kiff guy, from what I understand, is a giant douche. I don't know anything about him. But I do know that some girl came out, they broke up, and this girl went, he SA'd me. And he probably didn't, but she basically accused him of rape, and now he's suing her. And now you got like Legal Mindset and these other people who have become less lawyers and more like internet drama farmers. That they're like, this is so hilariously bad. This is so terrible. Like, look, dude, I had to learn a little bit about slander, libel, things like that when you go to broadcasting school, when you take mass communication. You can't just go public and say someone sexually assaulted you and not provide some kind of proof. And, well, you can, but you open yourself up to defamation. You open yourself up to a lawsuit. So now, Miss Kiff included like Asmongold and other people in this lawsuit. I think that's just settlement chasing. But to watch these lawyers, these so-called lawyers on YouTube get shit so wrong that even just normies can go, well, wait a minute. I think you might just hate this guy and you're kind of brigading. Like, I think brigading online is one of the most nutless things you can do because it shows like, I don't have my own opinion. I'm going to follow the herd because I'll get attaboys from strangers, which is fucking pathetic. But to say that this Miss Kiff lawsuit against this girl is so bad, haha, he's such a loca, blah, blah, blah. The girl came out and said, he sexually assaulted me. You better be able to back that shit up, or you are open to a lawsuit. You can't go out publicly and say that about someone without opening yourself up to some kind of lawsuit. So I guess we don't need to play this video. We don't need to spend a lot of time on this. But we're also getting to the point culturally And I think the Me Too movement really did a lot of damage to this, where it used to be if a woman came out and said, I was abused, I was SA'd, whatever, we'd immediately go, oh my God, that's terrible. Let's string this guy up. He's horrible. And then the more public being a victim, being good for you became, we saw a lot of women start lying. We saw it kind of started with that Duke lacrosse case, and it snowballed from there. Now, there's not a breakup in the world that doesn't end with some kind of accusation or blown up accusation of some kind of abuse. Why? Because being a victim now has currency. Men are even doing it. Men are saying they were abused. And then when you go, well, how were you abused? And they tell you and you go, that's called a fucking bad relationship, dude. We've all been there. Pick your fucking balls up and move on with your life. But like, it's now to the point where you talk to a lot of young guys, you know, like, because in college, guys aren't dating as much as they used to. And I think a lot of the reason guys aren't dating is because they don't want to put up with the bullshit and the lies and the horse shit that happens when you have a breakup. Because people can just go public and go, oh yeah, this guy was abusive. And it's like, what do you mean? Where's the police report? Where's the marks? Where's the pictures? Where's the everything else? Well, I didn't do that. And then they hide behind, well, because it's too traumatic. Wait a minute. So it's too traumatic to file a report and provide the evidence that this bullshit thing actually happened. But it's not too traumatic to go tell a shitload of strangers on the internet. That's very interesting. So a lot of guys have said, fuck it, I'm out. I'm not doing this, because a lot of women, their MO when they get out of relationships now is to go, oh, I was abused. Well, what do you mean you were abused? Oh yeah, just abused, just in a general sort of way. Like, I think it's honestly, if this Miskiff guy didn't sexually assault this girl, good. Fucking sue her, nail her to the wall, take every fucking dime she has. And every guy who gets accused of that shit, take every dime they've got. If a guy comes out and says, oh yeah, I was abused in my last relationship, this woman, she just made me feel shitty. Being made to feel shitty is a God-given right of a shitty partner in a bad relationship. Grow the fuck up. Now, if this Miskiff guy did what this woman said, which I'm going to go on record right now, I don't believe it. I think it is more internet clout chasing. I think it's a disgusting disease that way too many people have been infected with. Which is, woe is me, I'm a victim, now people love me more, especially when you have a public-facing job that depends on followers. It's hard to, like, you know, they use that term, they say, believe all women. Well, I mean, you guys know this. I've been lied about once. I mean, and it was from a bitter ex who couldn't handle the fact that they'd fucked up their life. And then they end up taking it back publicly because they're like, yeah, I guess I am kind of a fuck up. And that, at least that part was nice. But like, I think a lot of what, you know, people say, believe all women. My response has always been, I would love to, but I've known too many of them. The best I can do for you is trust but verify. But there has just been too much, because everyone who is either was coming out of here's how you know there was no abuse in a relationship. Ready? When you have a breakup and both parties say, I was abused, neither of you were. You guys were in a shitty relationship and you made each other miserable. That's what it was. So it's for like this, these people on the internet, they hate Miskiff. So anything Miskiff does, it's dumb, it's shitty, it's stupid, it's terrible. But if you claim to be a lawyer on the internet, you should at least think about the basic bare bones facts, defamation especially. If you say something that isn't true and it damages someone's reputation, you leave yourself open to a defamation lawsuit. And it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. And if you say that someone did something like sexual assault, that destroys someone's reputation. They're finished. Those boys at Duke got their scholarships taken away and kicked out of school. And then when it was discovered that it was a lie, fucking people lost their jobs and went to jail. Prosecutor, the guy at Duke got fired. He lost his job. The DA, Mike Nifong, I don't think he went to jail, but he lost his gig. So to say, oh, Ms. Kitt's lawsuit is fucking ridiculous. Maybe the parts where, these outside internet personalities catch strays. But the woman who says he S8'd her and has no proof, he has every right to file a lawsuit. Why wouldn't you? Protect your reputation. So I don't know. I think a lot of people on the internet, they pile on to somebody even when that person is right. As a matter of fact, most people who do the pile-ons are usually more pathetic than the actual person. Atomic Ray with $2 says, have you tried the cannabis smoke pellets for your meats? No. This is his way of saying, Aaron, we don't give a shit. Move on to the next thing. But no, I have not tried cannabis-fueled pellets for my meats. Josh Allen's Wasted Career says, Aaron, tell us about Matt Khalil. The Matt Khalil thing we talked about on last night's show. And the Matt Khalil thing, what's interesting about that is it's his ex-wife. If you don't know, Matt Khalil is a former Minnesota Vikings offensive tackle. He was married to a model. And this model gave an interview on a podcast where she said, oh yeah, my ex-husband Matt Khalil had way too big of a dick and I had to divorce him. Like, she got a divorce from Matt Khalil. And by the way, before you start wondering, white guy, she had to divorce him because she said his dick, and she laid her forearm on the table. She said it was like 2 or 3 Coke cans stacked on top of each other. And I want to see if I can find the link. Here it is. Haley Khalil. So Haley Khalil, the ex-wife of Matt Khalil, says that his giant dick ruined their marriage and they had to get divorced. Now, we should all be so lucky as to have an ex talk about us this way. To say that, hey, what was the biggest problem you had with your ex? Way too big of a cock. What? Thank you. That's fantastic. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
No, I know what you're saying, but like...
And by the way, this guy, we'll play this a second time since people have asked about it. This guy is, like, look at the body language, leaning forward. He's way too into the cock discussion. We need to back it off a couple, bud.
Yeah.
For how long?
Oh, no.
Shut the f*** up.
Our whole marriage.
Shut the f*** up.
No, dead
up.
Dead
Shut the f*** up.
But I was gonna try. I was gonna try it all. Yeah. Therapists, doctors.
Therapists and doctors. Imagine your ex going on a podcast and going, his cock was so big, I had to see a therapist to figure out how to take it. It's a gift and a curse, really. Oh, he's got a giant rod. Oh, yeah, really? Wow, that's a really good compliment. Congratulations, man. How giant? So giant, it ruined my fucking life, and I had to leave. Oh, I guess that's bad.
Lying.
Not even lying. Looked up like lipo type shit.
Lipo.
You know what I mean?
They wanted to see if he could have a procedure done to suck dick out of his dick. Like, that's like when God was making him, he grabbed way too much clay for the dick. Like, God got a little gay the day he made Matt Khalil. He was like, what if I just give this one a comically large dick? Hey, son, come over here. Look what I'm doing with this guy. What do you think? Dad, would you stop, please? Did we not learn this with Africa? It's weird, it's creepy, and none of us like it, Dad. It's not nearly as funny as you think it is. Ah, Jesus Christ, get out of here.
What?
Go get me Peter. He loves this kind of shit. That's why we named this thing after him. Hey, Peter, look at how big I made this one. That's great, boss. You tell Jesus about it? Yeah, my son doesn't get it. I can't talk to him. This guy's going to ruin women's lives.
What the f***?
Trigger. It's like kind of funny. It's like my life is a comedy and it writes itself.
But like, okay.
You're like, wait a minute. Your life isn't a comedy. Matt Khalil's is a tragedy.
Okay, I don't want to like argue,
No.
Yeah. Was this like, was that the biggest factor?
Yeah, the biggest factor, yes.
Oh, literally the biggest factor. The biggest factor in our divorce was that his dick was too big. Which is weird because Matt Khalil is remarried now, so you're kind of calling his new wife a gaping whore.
Oh my God.
Yeah, like love him, but he's my homie, you know?
But no chance. Like, no shot.
No, because it was like he,
But,
like
yeah?
like he's like 0.01% of the population.
Oh, it's
type
like
shit.
that?
Yeah.
Like this guy's staring too intently. He's leaning forward too much. I don't like how much he's salivating. I literally see spit droplets dripping off his teeth.
Just found the right one. I'm like, yeah, let's go. Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
You tried though?
Oh yeah, of course.
Like,
of course. We tried
impossible?
everything. Impossible.
Matt Khalil splits firewood with his cock.
Like unless it, you're gonna be in tears.
Right. She didn't want to be bedridden for a week, so no breeding.
Type shit. Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's lucky one of the craziest stories I've
Isn't
heard.
that crazy?
I'm not even trolling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did she just show? Far be it for me to judge anyone, but I think that's a bad call, ma'am. Oh, imagine if she would have done that on in hot water.
Like all good, like.
Totally fine. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, great.
yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
like average, like.
No, yeah.
All the way from like, yeah, but totally fine.
Okay.
No, he was just.
Yeah,
Like, it's like 2 Coke cans stacked on top of each other. Maybe even a third.
2 Coke cans stacked on top of each other. Hey, branding. We should get Matt Khalil an endorsement deal. Cheeseburger Pie with $1 says all of your exes say the problem was you were too big of a dick, so you're close. You know what? That's a great point. Thank you. You know what? That made me feel a lot better. You're right. When I got a divorce, they would say, he's too big of a dick. I mean, that's like, it's literally a 1 or 2 word difference. Veldrain with $1 says, I'm getting a divorce. Her ex said he has a huge dick and it was just average. I'm getting a divorce. Her ex said he has a huge dick and Trucker 18-wheeler with $4.99 says Bonnie Blue and another girl were on a podcast saying they should do 2,000 men in 24 hours. You know how today's theme is end stage capitalism? I think we picked right. Thank you very much. 255 away from today's goal and 58 memberships away from 400. Atomic Ray says, so his dick is only 24 ounces. That's actually average. Dick Kazinya, great name for this segment, says even Chuck Norris is scared of Matt Khalil's hammer. We found the one thing that can defeat Chuck Norris, and it's Matt Khalil's cock. Bravo. Chips and Diff says, no, Aaron, we need late stage abortion. I mean, Jesus Christ. I feel like I should light the green lamp for that one. You remember the punter originally from the Colts who was awesome, who got cut because someone said he was part of a gangbang SA? They found out he was innocent and missed 2 years in the NFL before becoming a Chief. Matt Ariz was his name. Yeah. I mean, not only should women and men who make up those allegations be sued into the ground, but I think they should go to jail as well. Because not only does it destroy the life of someone else, but it also makes it more difficult for actual victims to get justice. But people don't care because it's all ego now. It's all getting back at somebody. And what do they say? The best revenge is living a good life. That's the best revenge. Making up an accusation against someone because you're bitter that it ended. Fuck you. All that means is that person was right to leave. And then there's oh God, what was the one that made me think of? The Minnesota Golden Gophers. So the Gophers had a coach named Jerry Kill. Jerry Kill had a problem with seizures. And so his defensive coordinator, Tracy Claeys, took over for him. And the University of Minnesota wanted to bring in this guy that we've got now, PJ Fleck. He was a Western Michigan guy. He wasn't going to be there for long. Some big school was going to grab him. We wanted to get him. So they thought, okay, Tracy Claeys will take over. Tracy Claeys will struggle. The Gophers will suck. And we'll be able to can him at the end of the year. And we'll be able to get this PJ Fleck guy. Well, here's the thing. Tracy Claeys won 9 games and won a bowl game. And the players loved him. So the school has this problem where they're going, well, look, we're going to keep Tracy Claeys around. We're not going to go, the trustees were like, we're not going to take millions and millions of dollars of the school's money and give it to this hotshot young coach. We got a coach who's doing a great job with us here. We're going to keep this guy. So then there was this accusation that a bunch of Gopher football players ran a train on a girl against her will. It was a white girl and a bunch of black football players, so people already had daggers out for the kids. And it was unconsensual. Well, the players produced video of the woman consenting to not only the gangbang, but also filming it. And she consented to it. It wasn't released publicly. It was released to defend these guys. Now, before these guys could get their names cleared, they were kicked off the football team, and the University of Minnesota used it to fire Tracy Claeys so they could use it as an excuse to go get PJ Fleck. Now, it turns out that those boys, while they did something that a lot of people would consider kind of gross, it was consensual. They did nothing wrong. They did nothing illegal. They shouldn't have been kicked off the team. And now Tracy Claeys has been fired. He's attached to this scandal, so it hurts his prospects at getting a job, but it's okay because the U of M got PJ Fleck. I mean, it was dirty, man, like all kinds of dirty. And there's just too many of those cases for me to just believe someone, especially someone like this Emiru, who's accused, to take it back to the Miskiff thing. When you go on a stream for a bunch of guys, a bunch of simps, and you cry victim and say all of this stuff happened to you, it's hard for me to believe it because you're doing it literally. You're making these claims not for justice, but for attention. I'm sorry, but there's a difference between not believing all women and noticing a trend. So yeah, I mean, if he didn't do that to that girl, sue her fucking ass off. Why not? Dick Gazinia says PJ Fleck, he's calling him Poop Flake, but I like PJ Fleck. I have an autographed PJ Fleck jersey. Thank you very much. Dick Gazinia says Poop Flake is Jim Wacker 2.0. Bro, I was a kid during the Jim Wacker years. PJ Fleck is not Jim Wacker. Trust me. He's, I'm going to say he's a little bit better than Glenn Mason was. A little bit better than Glenn Mason, in my opinion. Mikey Two Milks sent us something and then deleted it. I didn't get to see it. God damn. 255 away from today. 58 memberships away from 400. Thank you guys very much. We're having some fun today. We're an hour into the show. Oh, 572. Keep going. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe. We're an hour in. We're going to get to 600. Then we're going to go to 700. We're shooting the moon today. Get it, boys. The Steel Toe Hate shows barely get to 500 anymore. So we've, like I said, the war is over and Steel Toe won. But now let's rub it in a little bit. Like, subscribe, follow. Hour in. We're not usually pushing 600 an hour in. That's usually an hour and a half, 2 hours. So we're ahead of the sticks. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and throw a couple of memberships at us. I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Did you guys know that Crowder brought back it's kind of the Charlie Kirk thing. Charlie Kirk, he claims that Charlie Kirk said, and this is kind of gross. I don't like it when people say Charlie Kirk said XYZ to me after he's dead. That's kind of disgusting. But Crowder's an opportunist. Crowder said that Charlie Kirk told him that he got the idea for the Turning Point USA events from the Change My Mind series that Crowder used to do. Crowder used to go out to colleges, put up a little card table and say like, girls are whores, change my mind, or trans people are freaks, change my mind, or whatever. Women should be in the kitchen, change my mind. And you want to know the bitch of it? Nobody ever changed this guy's mind. Oh my God, this Crowder guy must be right about everything. So Crowder starts up the change my mind thing again after Charlie Kirk gets shot. Now, I'd love to give Crowder the benefit of the doubt. I'd love to say that Crowder did this because he was inspired and because it was time to bring it back and everything else. And maybe that is the case.
All I know is I've seen too much of Crowder to think that this was out of some kind of noble pursuit and not out of more views, more money. Now, I don't think Crowder needs views or needs money. He's doing incredibly well on Rumble. He's shown that he doesn't need YouTube. Crowder's still, Crowder isn't like everywhere on social media anymore, so people think he's fallen off. And look, I'm the first one to shit on Steven Crowder. I don't like him. But Crowder's still out there. Crowder's still doing it, and he's doing it on his own. Good for him. But he brought back Change My Mind, and let's just say that maybe some of the kids aren't ready for it yet. Kind of like Johnny Be Good in Back to the Future. The kid, the college campuses, they're not ready to have Crowder come up and have some Canadian tell them how to be a conservative. So some girl started seeing the Change My Mind Louder with Crowder signs up at her college, and she decided that was enough for her.
Hey, can you not touch our yard signs?
No.
Hey, can you not touch our yard signs? Why are you touching our yard signs?
Hey! I'm pretty sure you can't just smack a guy in the head in public like that. Here's the problem. Like, that guy goes up and he confronts her for taking the signs, and that is a shitty move. And she smacks him upside the head. Now, technically speaking, what she did is illegal. But I'm going to tell you this. If you're a guy and some little 19-year-old waif of a girl smacks you upside the head and you go to the cops, that's kind of a bitch move. That's kind of a bitch move. Like, she's just a girl. She smacked you upside the head. Ah, well, move on. I got slapped by a drunk black girl at a Kid Rock concert, and I lost my glasses. You don't see me crying about it. Not publicly to you, anyway.
Can we get the police over here? This lady just assaulted me.
And by the way, I got slapped in the head by a drunk black girl at a Kid Rock concert trying to break up a fight because we were all in line at the bathrooms because she was pulling a white girl's hair right behind me. And I was like, oh, what the fuck? Get fucking, stop. Because they were she's grabbing the white girl's hair, something about who budged in front of who in line. They bump into me and a couple other people. So me and a couple other people break them up. And the black girl goes, fuck you. Pew, smacks me upside the head. My glasses go flying. It's dark out. I don't know where the fuck they went. I lost a pair of glasses that way. It was a hate crime. But oh well. I should have just, cut in line a couple of spaces and gotten the fuck away from them.
Why did you remove our signs? Why did you just hit me?
Because I took too many Plan B pills this morning and my hormones are all over the fucking place.
What's your name?
Dude, fuck you. Get out of my face.
No.
I kind of like her. I mean, you're not going to get me on this left-right bullshit on this. I kind of like her. She's picking up signs. She's pissed that Crowder's there. She's some dumb liberal chick. Yeah, fuck, Steven Crowder's an asshole. If I were Steven Crowder, I'd just be pumped that college kids still know who I am. I can still reach that young demo. She starts ripping up the signs like, hey, what are you doing? Put away our signs. And she smacks him upside the head. She's like, hey, who are you? What are you? Dude, get the fuck out of the way. I kind of like... It's hard for me not to kind of like this lady.
Why did you remove our signs? Why did you just hit me? What's your name?
Dude, fuck you. Get out of my
I think that's an Indian name.
face.
No. Why did you just assault me?
Get out of my face.
No. Why did you just assault me?
This is probably because you're a bitch.
Freedom of speech, and you're willing to hurt somebody because of freedom of speech.
Oh, so I can't move your signs?
No.
I kind of like her. I'm kind of on her. I like her more than I like this guy. To be honest with you. Oh, so I can't move yours. She's not impressed by this guy.
That's pathetic. You just hit me. You just knocked my phone out of my hand. What is wrong with you?
Fuck you, bitch. Get the fuck out of my face.
She rules. He's coming off like kind of a whiny bitch in this whole thing. She's kind of awesome. You know what? Liberal kids can be kind of funny sometimes. Change my mind. I want to hear all of her responses again. Let's start right from the beginning and I'll shut the fuck up.
Hey, can you not touch our yard signs?
No.
Hey, can you not touch our yard signs? Why are you touching our yard signs? Hey, can we get the police over here? This lady just assaulted
shut
me.
up.
Why did you remove our signs? Why did you just hit me? What's your name?
Dude, fuck you. Get out of my face.
No. Why did you just assault me?
Get out of my face.
No, why did you just assault me? This is freedom of speech, and you're willing to hurt somebody because of freedom of speech.
Oh, so I can't move your signs?
No, that's pathetic. You just hit me. You just knocked my phone out of my hand. What is wrong with you?
Fuck you, bitch. Get the fuck out of my face.
I'm on her side. Fuck you and your signs, bro. Get out of here. Okay. Now, Scousko says that's why women think they can do anything they want. All right, fair enough. I still kind of like her. I still think she's great. Joey Caravello with $2 says, Aaron, can you tell us about the first time you kissed a woman's pussy? I'll wait. No, I can't tell you about the first time that I kissed a woman's pussy. Mind your business. Kmart Ready goes. Wait, which one is the yeah. That was, oh no, Kmart Ready. I should have you booking the show. We got to do this one more time. Hold on. We got to play this once more, and then I got to get to a bunch of gifted memberships. Thank you guys so much.
Hey, can you not touch our yard signs?
No.
Hey, can you not touch our yard signs? Why are you touching our yard signs? Can we get the police over here? This lady just assaulted me.
She rules.
Why did you remove our signs? Why did you just hit me? What's your name?
Dude, fuck you. Get out of my face.
No. Why did you just assault me?
Get out of my face.
No. Why did you just assault me? This is freedom of speech, and you're willing to hurt somebody because of freedom of speech.
Oh, so I can't move your signs?
No, that's you just hit me. You just knocked my phone out of my hand. What is wrong with you?
Fuck you, bitch. Get the fuck out of my face.
I hope she debates Crowder, and I hope she doesn't address any of the points she makes and just calls him a bitch the whole time. I don't know. I think your ability to like her is kind of predicated on how far away from her you are. All right, let's see who some of the biggest Steel Toe fans in the world are, because remember, these gifted memberships go by time spent listening. Balls Deep gifting a membership to Olivia S. Thank you, Olivia, for being a big Steel Toe fan. Kevin Law gifting 10 memberships.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Thank you very much, Kevin Law. BJ, Mr. Fuzzy Bottom Toe Beans, Foulmouth Yoda, Kiki Don, The Derelict, Sharon C., Ogre Supreme, Tim Bullinger, and Swamp Onion. They're all the biggest Steel Toe fans you're ever going to find because they get the memberships first. We smoke them out here on the toe. Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. 225 away from today. 58 memberships away from 400 over on Rumble. You are right, Christoph. They do have a bit of a humiliation fetish. Just a little. I mean, they keep showing up to get kicked in the dick. I don't mind. It's fun for me. As long as you guys can still handle it, I'm good. 580 is the number. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, keep hitting follow. Thank you guys very, very much. Let's get that. Where are we at? 225? Oh, we missed 230. Let's get down to 200 by 7:30. I mean, usually it's 8:30, but hey, make hay while the sun is shining, right? So Crowder's going back and he's doing the change my mind thing again. And you know, it's not like in the few years that he stopped doing it, college kids got more reasonable. I think he'll have a very healthy field of psychopaths to pick from. All right, let's do this elephant story real quick. I wish we had video of this one. We don't. A logger in Malaysia was attacked by an elephant. By the way, this story is not about women. A man in Malaysia was logging. He was cutting down trees. He was attacked by an elephant. The elephant broke the dude's legs. So you're a logger in Malaysia. You're stranded out in the woods, cutting down trees, and your fucking legs are broken. Worst thing that can possibly happen to you, right? Worst thing that can happen to you so far. Saidi Jahari, 43 years old, was found dead by his coworkers the morning of October 29th in the Gua Musang district in the northern part of the country. Sik Chun Fu, that was the name of my rap group in high school. Superintendent of the district police said the attack occurred in two parts. Saidi, who was the site supervisor, and 5 coworkers were sleeping in tents. So logging in Malaysia is just a dog shit job. You're sleeping in fucked up tents, probably with malaria mosquito netting all around you. Sweaty, stinky, cutting down trees in Malaysia. When an elephant comes by, fucks you up, breaks your legs. They brought the victim inside the communal logging house for temporary protection. However, not long after, a bull elephant, believed to be the herd leader, returned and attacked the guy again. So the first elephant breaks the guy's legs. The herd leader hears about the broken legs and goes, no, that ain't good enough. So the workers fled and they left their boy behind. So the guy who got attacked and got his legs broken got just abandoned by his boys. After the area calmed, the group returned and found the victim was no longer there. Searchers nearby discovered Saidi deceased on the exit path with severe injuries consistent with being trampled by an elephant. This fucking guy had the worst death of all time. He's out with his boys cutting down trees. Elephant comes by, breaks his legs. Another elephant comes by, tramples him to death after his boys abandon him and won't drag his ass back to town. Oh, you disloyal motherfuckers. This is why, guys, it's not good enough to just go to work, do your job, and clock out. You got to make some allies. You know, what if you are trampled by an elephant at some point, or just a really mad fat chick at work? You got to have people who are willing to drag you out of there. Gurmy says a real logger is someone who takes a shit and then stands up and pisses on the turd. Oh, for God's sake. I just saw a real logger and I was like, well, let's hear what a real logger does. I would be interested to learn more about the logging industry. I didn't know we were going to go the pee-pee poo-poo route. Pee-pee poo-poo, ladies and gentlemen. That's... Ryan the Garbage Man says Elephant Mafia. Well, they're environmentalists. They're cutting down their trees and shit. They're going to have something to say about it. That's when nature fights back. Chips and Diff says, I heard the elephant kneed on his neck. Derek Trunkin. Chovin. Derek Trunkin. Trunkoven.
I hope you die.
That's fair. That's fair.
So you're just crazy in a retard kind of way then, huh?
Kinda. A little bit.
God awful bunch of malcontents. I hope you all kill each other.
Fair enough. Chips and Diff says his name was Carl Hungus. You know, sometimes I make a joke and it's fucking terrible and I go, that could not have gone worse. And then you guys prove that it is. But thank you. Scouse Ghost, he says, killed it. Thank you. I'm a generational talent, really. And it's good that some of you understand that and respect it. Yeah, I'm not going to work anywhere where elephants are. Yeah, I should have just said I'm not going to work anywhere. That would have worked. Dead Game says Doyle Hargrave, great character. One of the greatest villains in movie history, and he's so criminally underrated. Oh, that's right. God, if I hadn't gotten this email, I would have forgotten. I'm interviewing a guest for this weekend. I'm going to put that one up on Saturday. I've got someone to interview at 11:30 today. Shit. I'm going to be talking to a guy from Minneapolis who's like, I think he's a Fry guy more than an Omar Feta guy, but we're going to talk to him about Minneapolis, George Floyd, Minnesota, immigration, shit like that. He's a really nice guy. I found him on YouTube because he interviewed Liz Collin from Alpha News. I'm really excited about that one. And the next guy I want to get on is that guy from Rocka News. And I want to see every Saturday, I want to be able to put up an interview on the channel. So please be sure to check that out. No, the Clintons are not responsible for the elephants. Thank you to Cheeseburger Pie for $1. What did you send us, pal? What do you got for us? Amazon forest felled to build road for climate summit. Oh, yeah, we talked about this like almost a year ago at this point. Where, yeah, the people who were, all the big world powers were having this giant climate summit figuring out what we need to do to protect the environment. So they cleared a shitload of Amazon rainforest to build a road to the summit. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, guys, let's get into it. Thank you very much. 593. No, God damn it. Don't stall out on me now. We were on our way to 700. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's get moving. Let's do the Sneako clip that we were talking about earlier. End stage capitalism. Many of you have talked about it before in the super chats, in the comments section. We've talked about it for a long time here, that maybe the gap is starting to get too big. And, it might be misleading. When you shit on capitalism, people get really defensive. They start to think you're a communist or you're a socialist, or why don't you just go vote for Bernie Sanders then, you queer? Well, here's the problem. I don't think capitalism, it's kind of like free speech or government or anything else. It doesn't work unless you're allowed to criticize it, because that's the only way something improves. If you treat capitalism like it's some kind of religion or some kind of God, it's never going to get better. We do have a serious problem. Our capitalism in this country has led to a corporate oligarchy that's kind of bastardized capitalism. And it's created tremendous wealth inequality. And here's the problem, guys. You want to stay away from socialism? You'd better demand that we do something about income inequality. Because as that gap gets bigger and bigger, guess what the people on the lower end of that spectrum are going to do? They're going to get resentful. They're going to want to eat the rich, and they're going to start voting for the Mamdanis of the world and the Bernie Sanders of the world, and they're going to start overcorrecting by going to socialism, which can lead to communism, which we all know is terrible. So there is something about trimming the hedges. There is something about pulling the weeds. There is something about policing capitalism so it doesn't turn into oligarchy, because I think America right now is on a very dangerous precipice where you're not starting to see people be a little to the right and a little to the left, and they can compromise. What you're starting to see is people being incapable of talking things out with each other. And they're way over on this end, or they're way over on this end, and they're all missing their medication. And we don't even feel like we're part of the same country anymore. So Sneako, who looks like one of the ICP guys with his makeup off, he's supposed to be some right-wing guy on Twitch or whatever. I never got it. I never understood it, but that doesn't mean that, I'm right. But he's like isn't he one of those dudes who, like, they were at some kind of bar, and the guy in the band recognized Sneako and like stage dove at him because he hates his politics, whatever. Sneako, actually, like a guy getting out of a wheelchair and walking around for 5 minutes, had a really poignant take on capitalism. Here it is.
You literally just mentioned the wealth gap and people call you a communist. You see how stupid this is? You see how stupid, like, these brain people have been like, yeah, capitalism's so good. Yeah, capitalism's so good. Capitalism's so good. Who is it benefiting the most? Oh. Capitalism is the reason why all our tax dollars go to fund bombs that go on children in Palestine.
See, now, I would argue that's oligarchy. That's the bastardization of capitalism. That's not listening to Dwight David Eisenhower. Eisenhower said, beware the military-industrial complex. Now, notice he said this in his farewell speech, because if he would have said it in either of his two terms, they would have whacked him. JFK tried to go after the military-industrial complex. They whacked him. So I would say that the military-industrial complex is a good sign that you weren't criticizing capitalism enough, and it was allowed to morph into crony capitalism or even corporatism or oligarchy.
The reason all our tax dollars, majority of them go towards war. And who's the one benefiting from all of our weapons? Who's saying publicly?
It's none of your business, Sneako. I think you should just let this one go, pal.
We need even more. We used all your bombs. Send us more. Send us more.
Isn't that amazing? We can run out of food for poor people, but we never run out of bombs. It's amazing. I feel like it's cheaper to grow a carrot than it is to build a Tomahawk cruise missile. I mean, water, acreage, the whole thing. How much does it cost to grow some potatoes? All right. How much does a Tomahawk? Give me a second here. We'll go back to Sneako in a second because I think he touched on something really poignant there. How much does a Tomahawk cruise missile cost? $1.3 to $2 million. How much does it cost to grow potatoes? $20 to grow a large home harvest for under $20 to over $3,000 per acre for commercial production. How many potatoes per acre? So 3,000 per acre. You can grow 30,000 potatoes per acre. So $3,000 will get you 30,000 potatoes. You could feed a lot of people with 30,000 potatoes. That's $3,000. Most of us could grow that. But a Tomahawk cruise missile, $1 to $3 million bucks. But we never run out of cruise missiles, but we ain't got enough potatoes for everybody. It's just, and you know, it sounds like an easy, oversimplified way of defining things, but prove it wrong. That doesn't mean it's not accurate. As Tupac once said, we got money for wars, but can't feed the poor. That's so deep. So deep, Pac. So deep. We miss you. I'll be in Trinidad to see you soon. But Sneako's, he may look like an idiot, but he's not wrong. Our priorities are fucked up. We didn't police our own system. You can't just let capitalism run loose. Like everything else, it needs to be managed. And if we don't manage it, wealthy people with a shitload of money will get their grubby dick skinners in there and they'll run the thing. And who do you think that's going to benefit?
Capitalism. Yeah, capitalism. Look, bro, there's a clear problem. If you even say that, they call you a commie. This is stupid.
And who do you think got you to say that? Wealthy people, the 1%, the Wall Street class. Capitalism works great to get the working class out of poverty. But it doesn't work if the wealthy at the top of capitalism can convince the poor that's enough. Or they can price the poor out and say, okay, you've pretty much made it to the 1%. You're good. There's a lot of manipulation from the people who have.
Time to grow up and have a real conversation. I talked to so many people today in the vlog and on the stream. How much average debt do you think Gen Z holds? They're like 5K, 10K, 20.
Oh, geez. See, now this one, I don't know the answer to this. I don't think I want to know the answer to this. How much debt does Gen Z hold? Well, let's go student loans. 75 grand in student loans. What other debt could Gen Z have? A car? 15,000? Okay, 90,000. They can't afford houses, so fuck that. And a house is an asset. You got equity in it. I'll say $70,000, the average debt for Gen Z.
Okay, $94,000 in debt. You're starting in Gen Z we're starting adulthood. You're starting at negative 100K. The average person.
I believe him because he said 100 instead of 100. See, I'm a white guy. I say 100. He's racially Miguel Cotto, whatever Miguel Cotto is, I think, because I think that might be Miguel Cotto's kid. He says 100, so it's way more believable.
How are you supposed to have a decent life now in America? The average salary?
Sell cruise missiles to Jews, duh. Like, what are you, fucking stupid? Are you fucking retarded, Sneako? What you do is you build missiles and you sell them to Jewish guys over in the Mediterranean. They love that shit. That's how you get rich.
He's what, 40?
Ask Erica Kirk's dad. Oops. Sorry, I didn't say it. It's not a big deal. I said good morning to SP today, and she's always so sleepy when I wake her up and say good morning. And she put her hand on the back of my neck. And I said, whoa, 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 you're giving me the Erica Kirk hug. That's forever the Erica Kirk hug now. By the way, we both rewatched that video like in real speed. I think it's kind of a nothing burger, especially since I saw the picture of her hugging Usha the same way. She's just she's kind of a slutty hugger. That's all. We all know women like that. They're just slutty huggers. They don't mean anything by it. The leather pants were a little weird, but everybody grieves differently. Does he have a Jewish guy like right behind him on the TV? Is this supposed to be a subtle jab?
To 50K? And you get interest on your debt?
Yeah.
Because of capitalism was so good. Why the fuck do you have interest on your debt? You see how usury's screwing people over?
Uh-oh. Guys, somebody go get Sneako. Usury. I don't know how that happened. I don't know what usury interest. I don't know who invented that. Probably like a Mayan thing, right? The Mayans probably borrow somebody a chicken. You got to give them a chicken and a half back. It's probably... I don't have anything to do with 109 countries. I can tell you that. Sneako, what are you doing, buddy? I don't hate you. I think you're making a lot of sense here. I'd like to see you stick around for a while. I don't want to hear Mark Levin say bad things about you. It is fucked up, though. Like, you guys want to hang out for a second and talk about it? Interest? Like, why it even exists in the first place? Well, Aaron, you loan people money. The motivation to loan them money is that you will make a little bit of money back in the long term. It's an investment. Okay, but why do you need to loan people? Why can't people just pay cash for what they have? And it'll be a cash on hand society. Well, Aaron, a house costs $200,000. A lot of people don't have $200,000. Well, if you make borrowing money illegal, the price of those goods will go down because the marketplace can't bear the cost. So if you make it illegal to borrow people money at interest, nobody will be able to afford a $200,000 house. The price of those houses have to come down to the money that people have on them. And I would like to carry the conversation on past that, but I think that's about the part where you get your head blown off.
You take out some student loans, say you take out 60K, and you do your payments all the time. By the time you almost paid it off, you paid almost double of what it initially was because of the interest.
Yes.
Now that initial 60K debt has become 120K because some people are taking interest on it.
He said so. Why does everybody smile and giggle when they say somebody? Like, we know what you're saying, but yet those of us who just say it, we're the bad guys. You're saying this same. Sneako, stick around a while, man. He's right, though. Like, no 18-year-old should get $100,000 loaned to them. I'm trying to break the habit of using the term borrowed because it is a lazy term to use. No 18-year-old should get $100,000 loaned to them. And then they're like, well, Aaron, how do they afford college? Well, one of two things. Don't go to college. Or number two, again, the colleges should only be able to charge what people can afford cash on hand. And if they can't, then a lot of people won't be able to go to college. And these colleges will have to cut the professors, cut programs, cut certain things. College football coaches won't be able to make $10 million a year. What will we do? And colleges will have to downsize. It's interesting, right? I mean, try to think of a world or try to think of an economy with no loaning money and no interest. It's interesting to think about. Plankton says ban interest. Banks can get a one-time lender fee of 10% at the time of signing. What's so hard about that? Boom. There you go. There you go. No interest. Hey, you want to borrow $100,000, right? We're going to need $10,000 up front. Then we'll give it to you and you just pay back the principal. Perfect. That's okay. I mean, that's technically interest, but it's a lender fee. Okay. Reformed Rapscallion says we could stop advertising and making the population feel like they are constantly not measuring up. He's not wrong on that part either. I mean, advertising is basically the science of making people feel constantly inadequate and uneasy and making them feel like if they go consume this thing, it'll make them more full. Only to walk by 500 other advertisements on their way there that make them feel like an even bigger piece of shit. That reminds me, have you guys had a Kit Kat today? A Kit Kat bar is a deliciousness. America is the largest consumer economy in the world. Well, yes. Correct. Thank you, Silver Wolf, for the $5. Appreciate that. That puts us 220 away from today. Thank you very much. He says, there's only one place we can go to escape capitalism. Okay, I'm interested. In it, or I'm sorry, not. Well, in it, I will be Josh and says, "Where's the money, Lebowski?" Yeah, well, I guess without interest, we wouldn't get the big Lebowski. Unfortunately. All right, there's only one place we can go to escape capitalism.
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted.
Is this Command and Conquer Red Alert 3? Fucking hell. This is awesome. All right, thank you, Silverwolf.
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space.
What the fuck? I'll be full disclosure. I never played Command and Conquer Red Alert 3. 2 is my favorite of the series, but I never played 3. Omega Red Boy guest down to Kokomo? No, Kokomo definitely has been touched by capitalism. Guys, thank you very much for your support today. As they say on the casino, big support.
Oh, buddy!
What? 220 away from today. Let's go ahead and keep knocking that down. You know the drill. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. So here's the schedule for today. We've got members. God damn it. Somebody had a good members only clip for us to go over today for the members only show, and I completely forgot about it. That's why I told you, email that shit to me so I remember. Damn it. Hopefully we remember it. We're going to do members only right after the morning show's done. Then at 11:30, I have to record an interview with John O'Sullivan that we're going to put up this weekend. So busy day. Let's knock out today's goal, make it a perfect week, and then I think today might be just the perfect day for the toe. Joey Caravello with $2 says, I played the game, sodomized Johnny's mama again. Why? Oh, Bigot on Socialist Media says that gambling video. Yes, CoffeeZilla gambling video. That's what we'll go over. It's really good. There we go. I'll just make a note. Thank you, Bigot on Socialist Media. That was extremely helpful. All right, so thank you, Sneako, for that wonderful take on capitalism. Now we have a police video today. We got some cops in North Carolina. You know, we were talking about, was it last night or yesterday morning? A lot of like police brutality shit and different videos and settlements that people got, the millions that people made by basically getting fucked up by the cops. There was the lady a few years ago who the cops arrested her, put her in the back of the squad car, but left the squad car on the train tracks. A train came by, smoked the squad car. She somehow lived and got like $6 or $8 million. Leaving us to ask the question, would you get run over by a train and live for $6 to $8 million? Something to think about. So this is a story, this North Carolina story, where cops were caught beating the living shit out of a suspect. And people in the community in Greensboro are really, really pissed because these cops are still on the force. They're still serving. They haven't been suspended or anything. Here's the issue with these videos. Remarkably one-sided. So you see cops beating the shit out of a guy. You don't see what happened before. You don't. Now, very rarely is the amount of force used in these controversial videos ever like justified by something the suspect's doing. But I think it would just be helpful if you got what the suspect did before this happened. It would kind of, in my opinion, it would strengthen your case. Now, in some cases, that's not true, like with George Floyd. With George Floyd, you show the whole context of the body cam video, the whole story falls apart. But this is Greensboro, North Carolina, where the police there subdued a guy, 37-year-old Nathaniel Williams, and they gave him a bit of a working over. Let's check this out. This is from TMZ.
He's got an assault charge.
He's black, by the way, so that's going to play well. They just said he's got an assault charge. So they're picking him up on an assault warrant. So it is a violent warrant.
I can't breathe.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's not, you're not supposed to do that. I don't know if that's department training. By the way, nice I can't breathe. Shout out George Floyd. That's You would think, like, honestly, you would think if you're a cop, someone goes, I can't breathe, like, instinctively you go, I didn't fucking do anything. I swear to God, I didn't do anything. I am totally, he's breathing just fine. By the way, if you can yell, I can't breathe, technically speaking, you can breathe. But some people are on fentanyl and they're unreasonable.
I can't breathe. I can't move.
I don't know. Is that the back of his head? Like, it's dark out and he's black, so I can't. I just realized that sounds fucked up. That's not what I meant. What I meant was I can't tell if those are his legs or his head or whatever. But if he's just pounding on the guy's head like that, oh no, it looks like the guy's head is up here. God, white people are easy to see in the dark. That's fucking, the contrast here is incredible. Because this just looks like a dark thing. Like, I'm trying to figure out if he's punching the guy's legs, if he's punching the guy. If he's not punching him in the head, it looks like he's punching him in the asshole. Now I kind of hope that that's that guy's head, because if it's not, this guy's just, I mean, kind of like fisting the suspect.
He's got an assault charge.
Oh, yeah, that's his head, because there's his face right there.
I can't breathe.
Give me your hand!
I can't breathe. I can't move.
Oh, I think he's punching his arm or his back. He's trying to punch his shoulder so his arm comes out.
That's why I'm supposed to my life. That's why my foot got broke. I ain't do shit. My foot got broke by Greensboro Police Department.
His foot got broke by Greensboro Police Department. He didn't do shit, if you're wondering what he said. You know, that is the craziest thing. You know, cops always arrest these guys, and wouldn't you know, none of them have ever done shit. I tell you, these cops are bullies. Look, again, I don't know what happened. I don't know what the full story is. But I know when you've got 3 guys detaining a dude, and one guy just starts wailing on the guy, it doesn't look good. The video shows one officer raining down blows on the suspect, though cops say he's punching the man's back shoulder area to get him to release an arm. Okay, that's what I thought it was. Greensboro says the video shows an arrest they made this past Sunday. Cops say they were on a proactive patrol, when they spotted the man in the video, Nathaniel Williams, sitting in the driver's seat of a car in the parking lot with weed on his lap. Cops say they ordered Williams out of the car, but he refused multiple commands, and officers ultimately removed him from the car and placed him in handcuffs. That is the weirdest thing, like in those videos where the police say, step out of the car, and they go, no, not going to. And they think that shit's going to work. Like, I'm sorry, those guys ain't lawyers. They ain't judges. They're cops. They're the blunt instrument. They're not let me make sure this is, legal code 294-175. They're like, get the fuck out of the car. And they're like, no. And the cops go, well, I wasn't asking. And then you end up in this situation. Police say Williams was able to get one of his hands out of the cuffs, and they say he proceeded to assault one of the officers. Cops say a struggle ensued, with Williams ending up on the ground and tucking an arm under his body to avoid getting cuffed. Cops say that's why the officer is on video hitting him. They describe the blows as suprascapular strikes. Nice. That sounds a lot better than punching the shit out of a guy. You got to learn that one. Hey, you just beat the fuck out of that guy as he was being held down. No, you don't understand. They were suprascapular strikes. Oh, that sounds official. Yeah. Oh, I thought you were beating the fuck out of a detained black guy. See, a lot of people think that. It's always suprascapular. Mr. Chauvin, get your knee off of that man's neck. It's okay. It's a suprascapular resistance. It's totally fine. They were trying to get him to release his arm. Greensboro police say Williams was arrested and charged with 2 felony counts of assault on a law enforcement officer. Well, that's the other thing. If you didn't get that part on camera, you hit a cop, they're going to take you down pretty hard. People don't like getting punched in the face. 1 felony count of destruction of evidence and 5 misdemeanors, including possession of marijuana. Weed is still illegal in North Carolina. Well, I'll tell you this, at least this guy from North Carolina is not going to come on and raise up. You see, kids, Petey Pablo was a rapper in the early 2000s, and he's not important. Don't worry about it. $2 from Joey Caravello, $1 from somebody says growing potatoes could stop world hunger, I mean, Aaron's hungry. Oh, no. Why did I choose potatoes? Why didn't I use my head on this one? Why, of all the foods I could have chosen, I started with carrots. Why did I go to potatoes? I know what this is going to be. I know this is going to be some AI creation of me eating potatoes. Let's see what somebody came up with. That's not me. That's AI. Oh, no, I'm choking. Oh, no, I'm choking on the... Oh, that's not good. That's the old setup, by the way. And in that old setup, I'm choking on mashed potatoes in my Gordon Lightfoot outfit. Oh, I walk, nay, I sprint right into those things. Joey Caravello with $2 says, Aaron, when's the next fan meetup at Stoney's? I mean, I would argue the next, the next anniversary show. Although I could have maybe a meetup for a victory party in a little while. We could plan a little victory party for something, but who knows when that, I mean, the less said about that one, the better. Whitesnake says, Carl Jung explained it best, Aaron. It's your subconscious mind. It's not, my subconscious mind is not always thinking about potatoes, okay? And why potatoes? Why did that become the thing? Jerry Shepardini says, is that real life or AI? It's not hard to tell. It's not real. I don't grab mashed potatoes out of my pockets and just start shoving them into my face. And it's offensive that you guys think that that's plausible. 220 away from today's goal. 58 gifted memberships away from 400 on Rumble. Guys, hit us up. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. We're about 40 minutes away from 8:30. $20 away from 200. We want to be under 200 by the time we hit 8:30. Let's do it. 623 is the number. 625. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe. We've hit 600 today. On our way to the moon, Alice. Let's get all the way to 700. Chips and Diff says AI Aaron looks thinner. That's how you can tell the difference. You son of a bitch. You rotten, nasty son of a bitch. How dare you? All right, we got a little Erica Kirk coverage today. TMZ put this up like it was some kind of breaking news from this, the Jesse Waters interview. I don't even know why you would ask someone this question. I don't know why it would get brought up in an interview. And I know, like, you're seeing increasing public scrutiny on Erica Kirk and her behavior since Charlie's death. You know, there's some people who have said, like, oh, she should be home with her children, mourning her husband, figuring out her next move. But, like, I feel like there's no right or wrong way to grieve. And, like, everybody, figures it out differently. Some people, they do need to withdraw and they need to go away for a little bit. They just need to be with their family. Some people, like Erica Kirk, perhaps she's a driven person. Perhaps she feels like, her getting out there and just continuing her husband's work, maybe in her own fashion, makes her feel like she's honoring him. She's, continuing the legacy. He did not die in vain. I try to be generous with the way Erica Kirk is grieving for that reason. She's done a few things that are a little odd. The way she just stepped in and how organized the takeover was and everything else. It's some of the stuff she's done has made me wonder about the Charlie Kirk assassination, what happened. Like, I'm first of all, I don't believe Tyler Robinson did it and acted alone. I just don't. Number two, I don't know if I think that he was killed because he was pulling away from Israel and young people were starting to pull away from Israel and his audience was young people. I don't know if it was the Turning Point USA guys and kind of a palace coup kind of a thing, or maybe it was a guy that just hates Charlie Kirk's guts and wanted to kill him. But either way, Erica Kirk has kind of been making the rounds, giving interviews, doing public appearances. I don't know if asking a widow about the video of her husband's execution is cool, but Jesse Waters, in his interview, it got there.
The video was everywhere. How do you process that?
Hey, your husband getting his throat shot out like a deer in hunting season is all over the internet. How do you process that? We don't need to talk to the widow about the video of her. This is kind of the problem with our 24-hour news cycle. Everyone believes that they're entitled to every intimate detail of people's life, to the point where if they don't want to discuss it, people get angry with them.
I never saw the video. I never will see it.
Good for her.
I never want to see it. There's certain things you see in your life that you can never unsee.
Right. I agree.
There's certain things you see in your life that mark your soul forever. I don't want my husband's public assassination to be something I ever see.
Good. That's awesome. Good for her. And, you know, I think a lot of the problem people are having with her, she's intense. Like, she really, everything she does, her facial expressions, the way she talks with kind of like an intense purpose, like a driven purpose. And I think a lot of people are mistaking that for coldness. I think they're mistaking that for, you know, maybe she didn't grieve enough or she doesn't care. I think a lot of it is just, she naturally is just a really strong-willed, intense lady.
I don't want my kids to ever see that.
That's the worst part.
And for people who actually enjoy watching that, which is quite literally sick. What if that was your father? Or your brother, or your sister? There's a perspective shift there.
I don't like that I saw it. I know a lot of other people who say the same thing. They're like, I really wish I hadn't. Because you can't unsee the Charlie Kirk murder. If you've seen it once, it's burned into your brain. Literally, it's a guy dying in front of you. We're not built to see that shit. I mean, think about it. The way the military trains people for months and months and months to become even like on the surface okay with seeing that kind of thing. And then you just go on the internet one day and a guy, you know, the blood and that's the thing. Like, none of us ever need to see it again. We can still see it. It still plays in your head. We're not supposed to see shit like that. So good for her for saying that she's not going to watch the video. I think that's the right call. I also, though, I don't know why we have to ask the widow about her husband's murder footage. $2 from Dr. Silverwolf says, sorry, ma'am, former husband. Get it right. See, I don't think that's helpful. Cheeseburger Pie says, I watch Erica for crying ASMR meditation. What the fuck? People are saying bling bling. She's got huge rings on her fingers. She's a model beauty pageant chick. She's probably a bit flashy. Sam Show says it's the only reason she's here. That's why. Yeah, I get that. I get that that's the only reason why, but like, all right. Well, I mean, I understand. I get it. Especially like Fox News, which would be like Erica Kirk's home court. I don't know if it's such a dark thing. It's such a dark road to go down. Let's see. 2:20 away from today. Go ahead and help us knock that out. We're slumping a bit today, but we're not behind yet. Let's go ahead and get some gifted memberships in there. It's Thursday. It's the last day of goals, which is fantastic. It's my favorite. Let's go ahead and knock the rest of it out and call it a perfect week for the toe. The shutdown, when it first happened, we're in what, day 38, 39, somewhere around there. When the shutdown first happened, people didn't seem real inconvenienced by it. I mean, I still don't feel inconvenienced by it. But a larger and larger segment of the population started getting inconvenienced. At first, it was federal workers. We didn't give a shit. We weren't federal workers. Then it was the people on SNAP, and a lot of people didn't give a shit because they're not on SNAP. Now it's almost like a slow ratcheting up of the pressure being placed on the public. It's like, tell me when. Tell me when you start to feel it. Do you feel it now with the federal workers? No, I don't feel it unless you told me the government was. All right, we're going to cut off SNAP benefits. Well, I'm not on SNAP. That doesn't feel. Now, this latest announcement that Transportation Secretary Duffy made yesterday, this one might actually sting a few people. They're talking about shutting down a certain percentage of air traffic. It'll be interesting, especially around the holiday season, getting into Thanksgiving here, what will happen.
The administrator is going to talk about all of the tools we're going to deploy. One of them, though, is going to be that there is going to be a 10% reduction in capacity at 40 of our locations. The administrator is going to tell you that this is data-based. This is not based on what airline travels, has more flights out of what location. This is about where is the pressure and how do we alleviate the pressure.
I have a great idea on alleviating the pressure. Get these fucking Democrats and Republicans into the Senate and lock them in there with no food until they end this fucking shutdown. That would be a great way to relieve a lot of the pressure. Any day now, Chuck. Any day now, Donnie. Any day now, Mike. We can get this thing all cinched up. We can get this government shutdown taken care of. You know what really sucks is that we're going to spend 40 or 50 days shutting down the government, and we're not going to get any spending cuts that are meaningful. We're not going to get any kind of budget reform. We're not going to get any relief for the deficit or the debt. It's just going to be 40 days of shutdown, shitloads of posturing, and then business as usual. And any of the cuts that they make are going to be around the margins. I mean, now we're talking about shutting down flights. And that could become a nightmare come Thanksgiving time. So, I mean, it doesn't need to happen. It doesn't need to happen. You win elections, you lose elections. The winners dictate terms. The losers try harder next time. But now you got one side that wants to impose their will on the other, and then you got the other side that doesn't want to bend an inch. Here we go. Wild card with a gifted membership over on YouTube. Thank you very much. That's going to put us 215 away from today. Hey, keep it up. A little bit of a rally here and there, and we're back to good. We're back to ahead. 215 away from today. Let's drop it in and call it a win for the toe. Who's the huge steel toe fan who got the membership? It's Sosa getting the membership. Jerry Shepardini says perfect week for the toe means no Johnny Crutches all week. Wait a minute. I didn't say that. I didn't say if we hit the goal today, Johnny gets a week off. I didn't say that. Hold on a minute. Where did this come from? 615 is the number for today. We got 615 for the toe. 614 for the toe. So we got over 6, but we're not kissing 7 today. Shucks. Oh, well. Somebody told me that the main anti-steel toe show barely gets to 500 anymore. That's too bad. Because people act like I'm happy because I'm kicking the shit out of that guy. It doesn't make me happy. And if you do a show only once or twice a week, you should be able to beat my numbers because it's a rarity thing. I'm on every day. People get tired of me. But that doesn't make me feel good because if you do a show obsessed with me and I'm on your brain and I'm the only way you can make a living, then your numbers going down under mine means I'm not the draw I used to be. And that, that happens. That's normal. I've gone through those phases, but that kind of sucks. So I don't endorse my biggest haters falling apart. It shows that I'm not what I used to be. But hey, we live, we learn, we grow. We find our next avenue for success. That was a poke. Don't get mad. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Thank you guys so much. Let's talk about our pals at All Care Towing. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, All Care Towing will come pick you up quicker than anyone else. So put the number in your phone. Look, nobody plans on getting in an accident. Nobody plans on going in the ditch, especially as it gets colder and icier and, dark out earlier here in Minnesota. Nobody plans to have a traffic fuck up. So it's going to be unexpected. But having All Care in your phone is going to help you big time. So put the number in right now, 320-253-5203. And whether it's motorcycles, which are a rarity on the roads right now, whether it's your car, heavy-duty equipment, All Care can handle it all. So call them today or call them when you need them. Don't just call them today and be like, hey, what's up? I mean, you can. That would be very kind of you. But it's 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Of course, our pals Derek and Tracy at Midland Armory. Oh, good God. They're so smart. When it comes to what you need for home protection, carry, hunt. I mean, dude, hunting opener on Saturday? Get your ass out to Midland Armory. What are you doing? Ammo, knives, optics, parts and gear, the suppressor process, all handled at Midland Armory in downtown Foley. So get your ass out there before you go to the woods. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com, and Stoney's. Cheetos and our pals at Stoney's. I need to dispel a rumor that MSO has started that there's White Power Wednesday at Stoney's. It doesn't exist. It's not a real thing. Stoney's, however, is a great place to go for the Vikings game. They've got game day specials, Purple Pride specials every single Sunday for the Vikings game. Go there and watch the Gophers game. Look, we go to Oregon this week. It's going to be tough, but we can get this thing done. It's probably going to be really, really bad, but I have faith. I still have faith. Go check it out. Tonight, $2.50 cans at Stoney's in downtown Rockville. Right there on Broadway. It's Stoney's. Let's get into the Dana White thing. I just opened all the 7 o'clock hour stories. The world is my oyster. We can go to anything we want. This Dearborn, Michigan thing is going to make you mad. We'll save that for a little bit later. Oh, by the way, Portugal and Europe are now getting involved in the Venezuela drug trade shit. That continues to ratchet up and ramp up. Now European navies are starting to seize drug submarines and stuff like that. I think that they're probably going to start forming some kind of coalition and say, nope, this Venezuela shit we can't deal with it anymore. Europe agrees with us. It's not us doing it unilaterally. We got to get regime change. I think it's all heading that way so they can get their oil companies in there and start drilling. Gray Duckling with $5 says, that's right. It's not White Power Wednesday. It's on Sunday. That's not what I said. That's not what I'm putting out there at all. I know. What I'm saying is I didn't get the day wrong. There is no White Power Day at Stoney's. 210 away from today's goal. Keep going. Hey, guys, get us under 200 real quick, and we're cool until 9:30. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Boy, I have a handful of you over on YouTube really stirred up today. I've got you guys really fucking triggered today, don't I? Stop feeding my ego. I'm just too fucking good for you. People are going to think that you guys are literally my spies, that I pay you to make me look like the puppet master. It's not accurate. Dana White is a total snitch now. Some are saying Dana White is a total snitch. I think what Dana White is doing right now is completely reasonable. I think it's what any normal business owner would do. So we talked about this Monday. There was a UFC fighter who was favored to win, and he was favored pretty big, like 2.5 or 3 to 1. All of a sudden, just before the fight, the odds really start tightening, meaning a lot of people started putting money, or one person put a ton of money on the underdog. And then the bookmakers went, ooh, we need to entice people to put money on the other guy, because the whole point of being a bookie is to take in more than you have to pay out, clearly. Well, then a weird thing happened where just before the fight, the day of the fight, the odds of a first-round knockout or first-round stoppage tightened up as well. And then wouldn't you know it, the fight ended in the first round with the guy who was favored to win tapping out to a chokehold. So whoever made all of those bets the day of the fight made a fuck ton of money on really good odds. So Dana White immediately fires the guy. He fires the fighter because he feels something fucky happened. Something went on here. Also, a bunch of anonymous UFC fighters, current and former, went to Ariel Helwani and told him, a lot of us get approached to throw fights. A lot of us get talked to that, you know, certain people have certain money on certain fights, and would you be interested on taking this payday to go ahead and lay down for this guy? Hopefully they all say no, but a few get through the cracks. So Dana White did the smart thing. He didn't hesitate. He fired the guy. He didn't want it to seem like he was involved in anything like the NBA is involved in. Well, now Dana White is going right to the FBI. He's telling them anything they want to know about UFC, about fight fixing, about gambling, about anything else. Now, we all should have been able to see this coming, and we're going to cover this CoffeeZilla video on our members-only show today about gambling. Once you start allowing gambling more and more, once you start allowing it into sports, the influence of big gaming is going to be felt. You know, a lot of anti-sports people go, it's all rigged, it's all fake, it's all fixed, it's like pro wrestling. Well, the more you invite gambling into the sport legitimately, the more you run the risk of that actually happening. We're seeing it in the NBA. We've now seen it, probably seen it in UFC. So some people are like, oh, Dana White's a snitch. He's just running to the FBI and just crying to him, telling him everything about UFC. Dana White should be doing that because the FBI has already said they're fixing to come down on the NBA. They're going to launch a serious investigation into this gambling deal. Shohei Ohtani escaped by the skin of his teeth on a technicality. Do we think his trainer or his bagman really walks around with hundreds of thousands of dollars in his own gambling money? That was Ohtani betting. So Dana White talked to TMZ Sports, and Dana White is doing the right thing. He's getting ahead of this. He's talking to whoever wants to ask him about it, kind of doing the we have nothing to hide thing. Willy-nilly with $1.99 says, how much for a $20 Stoney's gift card? I don't have any. Go to Cheetos. I can ask him if you guys want some Stoney's gift cards for your contributions. I can ask him to send a few over. That's up to you. Here's Dana White on TMZ Sports about the possibility of a gambling scandal.
We're with a company called IC360, and they are the best bet monitoring company in the business. And they reached out to us and they told us that there was some unusual action going on with that fight. Do we know anything? You know, we didn't. So what we did was we called the fighter and his lawyer and said, what's going on? There's some weird action going on in your bet, weird betting action going on in your fight. Are you injured? Do you owe anybody money? Has anybody approached you to, you know, and the kid said, no, absolutely not.
And that's how they usually get these guys. You know, Michael Franzese, again, watch Michael Franzese's episode, the podcast he did. It's about 40 minutes long, or it's 20 to 40 minutes long. And it's about how he ran his gambling rackets and how he got football players and basketball players and baseball players to do their bidding. What would happen is one of the bookmakers under Michael Franzese he was the boss, the underboss. And these bookmakers would come to the boss and they would say, Michael, I got this athlete. He's into me for 40 grand. Can you help me collect? And Franzese would tell him, are you out of your fucking mind? No, I'm not going to help you collect. He owes you 40 grand. Let it get juicy. Let him run up a total. It doesn't cost you anything to take his bet. There's no money out on being a bookie until somebody wins a bet, obviously. But don't collect from this athlete at 40,000. Let it get up there. And the athlete, he wouldn't say who it was. Good on him. The athlete got up to $300,000 in gambling debts to Franzese or Franzese's bookmaker. So Franzese stepped in. He goes, okay, now I'll help you. And he went right to the athlete and he said, hey, you're into us for 300 grand. You know, we could take the money from you and we could get paid. He goes, but that's not what I want. What I need you to do, and he said, let's say the guy's a quarterback. Your next game, I need you to put the ball on the ground 3 times. I need you to fumble 3 times in the next game. And then your debt to us, or well, maybe not the whole debt to us is paid, but we'll take a certain amount of money off what you owe us. And then the next game, your first 2 throws, I need you to throw it to the other team. All right? And then the mob guys bet on that. Everybody makes a fuckload of money, and then they forgive some of this guy's debt, but you get these athletes in debt, and you get them in your pocket.
I'm going to kill this guy, and, so we said, okay. The fight.
That'd be funny if he's like, no, I'm not in debt to anybody. I'm going to fucking kill this guy. And then Dana White calls the cops and he goes, I got a fighter who threatened to murder another one. And he
plays out, and first round finish by rear naked choke. Literally the first thing we did.
Not nearly as hot as it sounds, by the way.
Was call the FBI. So we called the FBI. I've met with the FBI twice today. So that's the whole thing. Now you see people out there talking, oh, there's hundreds of fights under it. It's total bullshit. Total usual clickbait bullshit. IC360, our company, they monitor all of the betting. Like I said,
that's actually really smart. That's a really smart service to have because they can get ahead of it, like they did in this case. Dana White knew something fucky was going on, so I'm sure as soon as that fight ended in the first round, Dana White was, before he actually fired the guy, he was like, that guy's fired. But that is good. Like, a guy can call up Dana White and be like, there's a lot of weird betting on your, like, imagine your main event, and you're like, yeah, there's a lot of weird betting going on. Like, something just swung big time. And Dana White doesn't know. Like, there's a difference between, hey, Dana, there's a huge betting swing on the underdog of your main event title fight. And he's like, yeah, we let it slip yesterday. We broke the news that his ankle isn't 100%. So, people are going to put money on the other guy. That's different than if Dana White doesn't know what the fuck's going on, something weird's happening.
They're the best in the business. There aren't hundreds of fights being investigated. All clickbait BS. So this company, IC360, which is the best bet monitoring company in the business, we've been with them for years. And we get a report after every single fight that we do.
Shit.
So for anybody out there that's clickbait and saying, oh, there's hundreds of fights, it's all bullshit. We've been with these guys for years. We take this very serious, and we're watching every single fight that happens.
And that's just it. People say, oh, gambling, in The Godfather, Vito Corleone says, people think gambling is a harmless vice. It's really not. It's really nasty. And we'll do the CoffeeZilla video for our members only stream after the show today. It gets ugly. And then you get into gambling addiction, and you get a lot of people who will do anything to pay back the debt. And then that's when you get games getting thrown and the sanctity of the game getting harmed. I mean, this gambling thing in the NBA could be worse than steroids was for baseball. Really. Rabbi Smoothie says outlaw sports gambling. You ask anybody who does sports betting, they'll tell you it makes the games a lot more interesting to watch, makes the fights a lot more interesting to watch. I mean, there is that adrenaline rush of winning a big bet. Hostile Soldier says, why make a law to protect the integrity of a private business when consumers want the opposite? That's a good question, too. Thank you guys very much. 210 away from today's goal. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We're just over 600 at 603 across our 4 platforms today. Thank you very much, but we need to knock out that last goal of the day. So let's rally up and hit it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. 210 is the number. I got plenty of stuff for you today. You're going to love it all. Let's hammer it out. A woman in Kentucky ordered medical supplies, ordered them to have them delivered to her house. And that, you might say, Aaron, you're really struggling for content today. We're really a woman's Amazon delivery. Well, it's not that she ordered a bunch of medical supplies. It's what she got instead and how the fuck you make that mix up as a delivery service. Let's go ahead. This one is Hopkinsville, Kentucky.
Startling discovery days before Halloween, and it was not a prank.
A package delivered to a woman's house with body parts inside.
Can you even believe it, right?
Number one, how do you fuck up medical supplies for body parts? That's number one.
Number two, who the fuck is mailing body parts? Like, that's not something you should be like. How do you have them delivered? Where do you take body parts to? Arms, legs, knuckles, fingers? Like, how do you?
Ryan Quigley tells us about a gruesome surprise.
Why are you laughing? Why are we laughing? Why are we laughing about the woman who? Could you imagine how traumatized you'd be? You open a box and there's a fucking head in there.
Sounds like something out of a Halloween movie, but it really happened here in Christian County. A woman says she opened up a package that was left on her porch only to find it was full of body parts.
Any specifics? I mean, I know what you guys are thinking, and that's not what I was thinking. I don't know if any of that was contained in the package. I'm assuming hands and ears and noses and feet and shit like that. You guys are going the other way.
When the coroner's office got the call around 8 Wednesday night, they weren't sure if the sheriff was being serious.
I think with anybody this time of year would assume that'd be a hoax. Yeah, but it wasn't.
So
yeah, the sheriff just makes a habit of calling people and fucking with them. Yeah, hey, I got a woman down on Sycamore Street. She got a package with a bunch of body parts in it. Really, Sheriff? Oh my God. Nah, I'm just fucking with you. Happy Halloween. All right, bye. Why would the sheriff be playing a prank?
Coroner Scott Daniel headed to Pleasant View to pick up.
Hey, yeah, we got a call on Tewksbury Street. We got a family that was hacked up and murdered by a madman, escaped from the mental asylum. Really, Sheriff? We'll be there right away. No, don't go there. I'm just fucking with you. Nobody's dead. It's fine. What? But that's a very traumatizing thing for you to tell us. I know. I'm just it's what I do around Thanksgiving. Say hi to the missus for me.
The 2 arms and 4 fingers that arrived.
Where's the rest of them? I mean, the 2 arms. Okay, we got all the arms. But 4 fingers, that's an odd number of fingers to put in a thing.
Arrived on a woman's doorstep. He says she was expecting a delivery from that courier service, but it was supposed to contain medical supplies, not limbs on ice.
You know what the even more fucked up thing is? There was somebody expecting a package of arms and 4 fingers who now doesn't know why they have a shitload of insulin. They're just like, they open their package and you're like, hey, where's my fucking severed arms and fingers? My blood sugar's fine. Who's the diabetic who's got my body parts?
Takes the box
And why is the cock missing? Again.
inside, opens it just like anybody else would. In the box were 2 arms and 4 fingers, human cadaver parts.
The newfound
God damn it, H.H. Holmes just can't get these delivery guys to deliver to his house anymore.
fear for people who say they didn't even know that body parts could be shipped in the mail.
It's first time for everything, right? I didn't either. I didn't know you could just, I need some arms and fingers. Could you just drop them off on my doorstep? I feel like you should have to meet in a back alley for something like that.
I don't even have words. I open boxes every day.
Don't we all?
And I would just die. I would scream and run away.
Daniel, though, says this was not a typical mail service like USPS or FedEx. It was a private courier. The body parts were
it's a guy who just drives up in a black van with a skull and crossbones on it. You're like, oh, cool, my delivery's here.
Supposed to be going to a medical training facility. He says it was a series of mishaps that led them here. The sheriff's office tells us that this was an accident, and now the body parts have made it to their correct destination, and the woman received her medical supplies.
That's kind of fucked up, right? Like you're a medical training facility. Somebody got your arms and fingers, and now you're sitting here with a bunch of, bacterial vaginosis medication. You're like, oh, come on. We don't need anything for stinky cunts. Where's our arms and fingers? This is disgusting. Poor medical training facility. Cheeseburger Pie says, I know the next DoorDash to Aaron is going to be. Well, yeah, because you camp out outside my house and take pictures, Cheese. Dead Game says, also marked hazmat. Well, I hope so. 09 Canyon says, I've been sent a box with my name and address on the outside, but inside was the packing list with someone else's info and their order. It can happen, but when it's human limbs, you have to be careful. You're right.
right? If I've heard that once, I've heard that 1,000 times. When it's human limbs, you have to be careful. That's the number one. In the body part distribution business, it's like their motto. The only safe betting is pitching quarters. Yeah, just fucking. That's the only safe bet you can make. Hey, can I make a bet on that cornhole tournament? That's a little bit better. Can I? Some Italian guy writes, "Can I order a new cock?" Why, you looking to, I hear Matt Khalil's might be on the market. It sounds like he's unsatisfied. It costs him women. 2:10 away from today. Hey, guys. The fuck is going on over here, huh? What are we doing? Just, it's sitting there. It's the last goal of the week. It's just sitting there at 2:10. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Chevy fan writes, stinky cunt. April's back. Now, come on. Come on. Redbird with $1 says, I'm a bit behind. Shooting Bambi in the face is much safer adrenaline rush compared to getting into debt to people that will cut your dick off if you don't pay up. How far in debt do you have to get to a bookie before he decides to cut your dick off? Because that does seem like kind of a final move, if you will. Pool Scam Sam wants to know, who's drunker, Gino or Cheese? Wow. I think I'm going to say, and no disrespect, I think I'm going to say Cheese. I think I'm going to say Cheese is drunker than Gino. Or I think at least Cheese would admit drunkier and drivier than Gino. Again, to say the very least about the whole thing. All right, so there you go, guys. If you get body parts delivered to your house, it's probably somebody else's. Don't play with them, please. All right, we're back up over 600 again, 616 to be exact. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. You guys are still teasing me with the 700, but I don't think it's happening today. Thank you, Atomic Ray, for gifting a membership. We're at 205 now. 205 away from today and 57 memberships away from 400. Cheeseburger Pie says winning. No, I wasn't saying that you being drunker than Gino is a... You know what? Take it however you want to take it. Victor Vic got that membership from Atomic Ray. Thank you very much. Keep that going, guys. In the next 2 minutes, let's have another $5 or $10 dropped in. And we're still on pace. Pool Scam Sam says Cheese is more successful than Gino. You didn't ask me who's more successful. You asked me who's more drunk. Those are two different questions. All right. And you would have gotten two different answers. Hey, you know, a lot of you guys like to judge us here in Minnesota based on like the Somalis and stuff like all the stuff you hear on your favorite YouTube channel or news station or whatever. You like to say, oh, Minnesota, it's all just a bunch of Somalis, blah, 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 blah. But you never take the time to actually see what a day in the life of Minnesota really is. And, you know, I got to say, I get it because I do the same thing with a place like Dearborn, Michigan. I hear Dearborn, Michigan is like the highest per capita population of Muslims like anywhere in the United States. And I think, oh my God, it's got to be shitty. It's got to be awful. It's got to be terrible. We got to, you know, protect our culture and shit like that. But then I think to myself, I go, yeah, but I'm just repeating shit I heard elsewhere. Why don't I get a bird's eye view? Why don't I see what it's actually like to be in Dearborn, Michigan before I start casting aspersions? So I want to take you guys into Dearborn, Michigan. I have a 14-second clip here because a lot of you think that it's just some Islamic piss hole. This is a TikTok from Urban Yapper. Now, Urban Yapper doesn't sound like some white supremacist guy, so this is going to be a fair representation of Dearborn, Michigan. Here you go. Holy shit, that's obnoxious. That Muslim call to prayer. It's not that it's Muslims. It's not that it's Islamic. It's just that you guys have, You guys give the worst gall darn wake up calls. It's just so fucking awful to listen to. I've never heard a call to prayer in key. You know, at least when we have someone at the Super Bowl sing the national anthem, it's like Mariah Carey or, you know, Lady Gaga, somebody who can belt out a tune. Why do Muslims always pick the most tone-deaf cocksucker to give out the call to prayer? You know, it's never someone who hits the notes. It's always a pitchy sumbitch. Is it supposed to be obnoxious so you pick your ass up out of bed and you go towards Mecca? Either way, no community should be subject to this. I don't care if you're 50% Muslim. This should not be the way you have to wake up. In America, we wake up to, if you're really rural, it can be like roosters and farm equipment or train whistles, and not the Islamic call to prayer. And also, if Islam could moderate their religion a little bit, like Christians have church bells, and even church bells ring at like 8 in the morning, right? And it's kind of a nice sound that we're all sort of used to. Having some crazy inbred guy start yelling inshallah in a pitchy tone is not a welcome thing to wake up to. So if you guys could maybe change it like, all right, everybody, this is the call to prayer. If you could face towards Mecca and give thanks to Allah and Muhammad, blessed be his name, is his prophet, that would be great. Like if you could make it more like a Walmart announcement, I think we'd all feel a little more comfortable. It's again, no offense to your religion that you hold dear, but it's fucking in your face, man. It's a little aggressive. And also, if I may, again, not trying to get my head chopped off or my house burned down, but 5 times a day, is that really an edict from God, or is that a number you guys agreed upon? Because if you're flexible on the number, I think 2 or 3 is fine, and we can do it at like 9 a.m., 1 p.m., and 5 p.m. I don't think anybody's going to have a problem. They're all kind of off hours, too late for breakfast, too late for lunch, too early for dinner. Do you think that maybe, does Allah really need his cock stroked that many times a day? I'm just throwing it out there. If you like it, take it. If you don't, throw it right back. Just don't throw my own head in my lap. That's all I'm asking. 5 times a day. It's a bit rich. Salt Dumpster says New York City will have this soon. Maybe if they don't already in some neighborhoods. If they don't already have that. I think also, what is it? The Cedar Riverside neighborhood in Minneapolis already has this. You can go look that up. Cedar Riverside in Minneapolis, they have the call to prayer 5 times a day, and it's just as loud, sometimes louder, than that one in Dearborn that you just saw. But Jesus Christ, or Muhammad Christ, I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot. 205 away from today's goal. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's get going. Silverwolf with $5 says, no, it should be, good morning, everyone. You're listening to Muhammad and Allah in the morning. Today's prayer and brought to you by Quick Trip. That would be, commercialize it. Come on. Commercialize the call to prayer. That's a little more American. Salt Dumpster, I don't think they like to be called goat fuckers. But, hey, I'm not the speech police, I suppose. 200 away from today's goal, and even 200 away. Let's get to 100 by 9:30. Our perfect week is definitely in jeopardy, but you guys have been fantastic this week. Thank you so much for the support. We jumped up over 600 today. We're at 620 now. 700 will be elusive, but you keep hitting like and subscribe, and we'll keep fighting the good fight. Thank you, guys. So very much. Do you remember the story about the escaped monkeys? Stop it. Stop it. I mean it right now. The story about the escaped monkeys in Mississippi. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when we first brought you this story, in Mississippi, they said a truck rolled over. There were 10 monkeys in the truck. They had, herpes, COVID, and hepatitis. They weren't like super horny gay monkeys or anything. They gave them those diseases. They were using it to test treatments of these diseases. They just gave the monkeys hepatitis, COVID, and syphilis. I have a question for you. Herpes, not syphilis. Herpes, hepatitis, COVID. Fuck, marry, kill. Go. Herpes, COVID, hepatitis. You got to marry one, you got to fuck one, you got to kill one of them. Your call. Well, I remember they told us 10 monkeys, we got 9 of them, we destroyed them. I remember, I fucking read that. I don't give a shit enough about this story to make something like that up. But now they're saying a second escaped monkey has been killed as the search continues after Mississippi crash. Remember the black lady? Remember that black lady that was like in tears because she had to shoot one of the monkeys because they got too close to her kids? And in my mind, that was okay. That's the last monkey. There was a monkey on the loose. The black lady shot it. We're done with the monkeys. Well, now they're still finding the monkeys. And it seems to me that I was lied to on this original crash. There's a bunch of fucking Jenny from Forrest Gump monkeys running around, fucking things up. Authorities said Tuesday that a second monkey has been shot and killed, while the search continues for a third, still missing a week after the animals escaped from a truck that overturned on a Mississippi highway. How many sick monkeys did you spill out over the highway? Be honest. Someone shot the monkey after seeing it cross the highway on Monday evening about a mile from the scene of the October 28th crash. If I go to the Rumble chat and I see green lanterns in the chat, I'm going to be very upset. Jasper County Sheriff Randy Johnson. Just have him throw a fucking baseball at him. It worked for the birds. Johnson said he was contacted by a person with the transport company who recovered the monkey after a civilian shot it. So we got we got armed civilians in Mississippi just capping monkeys left and right. Now, Pre-Labs, which describes itself on its website as a biomedical research support organization, said in a statement Monday that a vehicle transporting its non-human primates was involved in the crash, and the animals were being lawfully transported to a licensed research facility. It stressed that the monkeys weren't carrying any known diseases, but asked the public not to approach the monkeys as they were likely frightened and disoriented. Stop it. Here's the backstory to the whole thing.
Let's turn our attention right now to a major story as a truckload of aggressive research monkeys escape after a crash in Mississippi. And yes, that is a real headline. I want to put it up here on Live Now from our Fox 26 team, as a truck hauling monkeys from Tulane University in New Orleans flipped on a Mississippi highway, freeing several large monkeys. After the wreck, several monkeys escaped into the community, according to the Jasper County Sheriff's Office. The animals carrying hepatitis C, herpes, and COVID.
Once again, COVID, the redheaded stepchild, as I'd much rather have that than the other two.
More on this, let's go out to Jonathan Seri with this report.
These monkeys could be dangerous.
Police,
they always are, aren't they?
In Jasper County, Mississippi, were not monkeying around on Tuesday.
Hey, they weren't monkeying around. Hey, you get it? Oh, it weren't good because they spilled the monkeys, so they're not monkeying around. That's they're too busy singing to put anybody down. I tell you what, you know what? They're going to load up these monkeys. They're not going to use semis anymore. They'll probably put these monkeys on the last train to Clarksville. Am I right? Oh, boy. I hear they had all kinds of different monkeys on that semi. They had a daydream believer and a homecoming queen. I just want to let you guys know, because a lot of you get upset when I smile. I'm not proud of what I do. There's nothing about this that should make me happy. So don't get too upset.
After a truck overturned, allowing primates to stage a jailbreak. It happened on...
They're always doing that, aren't they? Stop it. Stop it. Do not give any money for that. That's ridiculous.
I-59 near the town of Heidelberg, about 100 miles southeast of Jackson. The truck was carrying research monkeys from the Tulane University National Biomedical Research Center in New Orleans. It's not clear how many escaped when the accident happened, but they were all eventually hunted down and killed, except for 3 escapees.
See, they said 1 the first time I saw this story, so they lied. Actually, the driver told us exactly what happened. One of the female monkeys told the other monkeys that she was pregnant, and they all tipped over the semi and ran away. I'm not. None of this is okay. This is bottom of the barrel shit. This is the end.
Still on the lam in Jasper County.
No, it's monkeys. You got it wrong. They're not on the lam. If they're on the lam, that's fucking gross.
We're going to do this quick because we don't need to be too close to these. We've got law enforcement with guns here where we are.
What I'm trying to say is we don't want to be in the same vicinity or neighborhood, if you will, as the monkeys. We'd like to keep a safe distance because, as you know, they carry diseases and are dangerous.
There's a reason for that.
But Tulane says there's no danger to the public, writing in a statement.
Wait a minute. Did they say there were 20 monkeys and that 3 of them escaped? So that would be almost 13% of the monkeys. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. This isn't how I wanted to spend my Thursday. I'm interviewing a man who is a respectful, professional, decent human being today. And this is how I'm spending my morning.
Quote, the primates in question belong to another entity and they have not been exposed to any infectious agent.
That entity, Jehovah. See, that's, again, fucking...
The university says it regularly provides primates for scientific research, and these monkeys were being transported by a third party.
Right. It's called the Tuskegee Project. God damn it. It was a shameful time in our nation's history.
It's not clear why police were not informed sooner,
Holy
but the
shit.
sheriff's office...
That fucking guy really hates monkeys.
Issued a statement writing in part, quote, the driver of the truck told local law enforcement that the monkeys were dangerous and posed a threat to humans.
That is such a disgusting stereotype, and quite frankly, I'm tired of hearing it. They're just like you and I.
We took the appropriate actions after being given that information from the person transporting the monkeys. The animal rights group PETA condemned the incident as another example of bad actions by what it calls the greedy monkey experimentation industry.
Otherwise known as Nike. I'm doing all of this against my will. Against my will. By the way, PETA, you're a little late on this one. They've already injected them with herpes and hepatitis and COVID. You're a little late on this being abuse. But then again, PETA doesn't show up until there's a headline to chase.
In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
All right,
Thanks,
thank you so much for that. And the manhunt, nay, the monkey hunt for those 3 escapees remains in Mississippi.
Monkey hunt. Oh, monkey hunting for a monkey. It reminds me of the Boston Marathon. No, it's not. You know what? That wasn't. None of that story was okay. I want to point out right now. None of that was all right. You guys should all be ashamed of yourself. Main Vein with $1 going back to the Dearborn story says there is only one solution to this, Aaron, and that's the final solution and a crusade. God wills it. Deus Vult. Thank you for the $1. Another $1 coming in. Trucker 18-wheeler says, so that's what we call them now. Research monkeys. I thought we called them. All right, that's enough. And put those goddamn green lights away. No, that's not the case. $1 from Veldrain says, of course the monkeys were aggressive. Their EBT got delayed. It's Snap, and they don't get those services. They're animals. Atomic Ray with $1 just writes Lamau. Thanks. Thanks so much for your help. Veldrain with $1 says, of course the monkeys were aggressive. That you wrote that twice. You sent the EBT one twice. Just want to let you know. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $1 says, I heard there were 3/5 of a human. No, Veldrain with another $1 says, why is there always no talk about monkey on monkey violence? This is none of this. Put those goddamn green lights away. No, we're not doing that. You guys are $200. We're $200 away from today's goal. So don't put this shit in there like it's funny and the show is good. All right. Clearly it's not. We get to 100 by 9:30. I'll be convinced. But right now we haven't even cracked $100 today. Thank you very much. Now I got people in the other chat telling me that I haven't. They're mad that I haven't made any gorilla jokes. I can't win. I can't win. Sorry. I fucking almost sent one of my monitors flying across. I went to the Gino Bisconti School of pounding on the table. My bad. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, gifted memberships, etc. Ryan the Garbage Man says, the monkey ate my face. Now I'm a believer. They were research monkeys. Some people say they monkey around, but they're too busy running to put anybody down. None of it's okay. It's all wrong. It's really terrible. It's all bad, you guys. It's all bad. 622 of you hanging out with the toe this morning. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and let's get that 200 knocked out. Sounds like a lot when you say 200, but when you start gifting 5 Rumble memberships at a time, you'd be surprised how fast that drops. All right, enough of the monkeys. We're done with the monkeys. We're not going to talk about the monkeys anymore. You guys have clearly shown that you can't handle it. What we do need to get into is the rest of the world getting into this anti-Venezuela stuff. The Portuguese Navy, and this is really cool. Not the trafficking of fentanyl across the world. That's not good. But these fucking drug cartels, you know, we see the strikes that we do on the speedboats, you know, the things with the $250,000 motors in them, and we firebomb them from the sky. That's really cool and shit. But these guys have like submarines. They have a whole navy. Like this is some intricate stuff. Portugal, their navy and intelligence agencies intercepted a narco submarine in the Atlantic, confiscating 1.74 tons of cocaine and arresting 4 Venezuelan crew members. The operation, guided by Mayoc N intelligence on a Venezuela-based cartel trafficking drugs to Europe, occurred roughly 1,000 nautical miles from Lisbon. So we got Portugal doing this. We got Europe doing it. I think this is all, you know, you got us obviously bombing all of these drug boats. This is all leading, you know, we got the biggest buildup of U.S. military assets in the Caribbean in 30 years. This is all leading to President Trump doing some kind of regime change in Venezuela, getting Maduro out of there, installing some puppet government and letting the oil companies have at Venezuela, because Venezuela kicked out the oil companies back in 76 and they nationalized the oil industry, which, I mean, as communism does, completely fucked up their oil production. I mean, it's really, it's a rule more than an exception. The government nationalizes something and takes it over. I mean, they can't fucking do it. But I think that's the goal. I think that's what they're going for. They're trying to get the oil back in international hands. And that's why we're seeing them, all of it. Do you think that Portugal and the United States all of a sudden started giving a fuck about all these poor Americans that are getting hooked on fentanyl and hooked on other drugs? No, it's always something other than that. And it's usually money related. But I thought this was, in a way, kind of cool that these drug cartels have like full on submarines. This is the video from the Portuguese Navy. Look at that. You got this whole submarine surfacing to the water. Big fucker, too. Like, it's not like this tiny little boat that, I mean, that's a full-on sub. So they board the thing. We've got a flashlight and a camera on it. Look at that. This is a little flashlight for some guy. Oh, boy. Hey, buddy, that ain't good for your boat to be taken on water like that. Yeah, you see, they just got a shitload of drugs in there. Got water, a little bunk. And by the way, there is no sound on this. Don't adjust your systems. There's a little controls. Fuck. Trafficking drugs is a lucrative business when you can afford yourself a Navy, for God's sake. But yeah, they boarded it. They confiscated 1.74 tons of coke. And that's the crazy thing. You spit out these big numbers like 3,000 pounds of cocaine. It doesn't put a dent in these guys' operation. It's crazy. I mean, do you really think that we're going to fuck up these cartels, overthrow the government there in Venezuela, and then all of a sudden all this shit's going to go away? Like, all of the drug trafficking is going to be done. We're not doing it for that reason. Like, we're doing the reason we're doing all this shit is so that, again, the oil companies can get in there, and we'll use the drugs. We'll use the drugs the same way we use the weapons of mass destruction for Iraq. Hostile Soldier says, drug boat is what I call it when I sit in the pontoon in the driveway. Chips and Diff says they don't even have the engine separated from the passengers. Carbon monoxide much? You know, I'm going to say something, and this might be really controversial. I really don't think the cartel guys give a fuck about the pilots of those boats. I don't. Chevy fan says nothing compared to a picnic table boat. Oh, yeah. Dude, you put one person on that picnic table boat running the trolling motor. You wouldn't believe how much fent you can get across the border on a picnic table boat. They just wave to you and let you go. $1 from Grand Poobah says Aaron hears the phrase narco sub and imagines a hoagie laced with cocaine. That's not, but I don't though. You literally made that up at my expense, and you don't even care how it affects my feelings. You don't give a shit. Kevin Law with $11 says, give it to Main Vein. Wow, that's really nice. Main Vein, you just got $11 from Kevin Law. What a guy. $5 from Dr. Silverwolf. Thank you very much. Says the monkeys are invading. Only one way out. Oh, no. What is this going to be? What is this going to be? This ain't good. 185 is the number for today. Hey, keep going. Few little $15 chip-ins like we just saw. We're home free in no time. 185 away. 57 memberships away from 400. Thank you, Kevin. So now we have to update Main Vein's total. Main Vein is now at 141, hopping up ahead of Sanford's Son. Main Vein 141. Sanford's Son now in fourth, and in central booking is Kmart Ready. Nobody donated to Kmart Ready's cause, and he has now fallen in to central booking, unfortunately. 185 is our number today. We're getting close, and 57 gifted memberships away from 400. Angry Internet Dummy, that's clever and probably accurate, says the government has known about these subs for years, of course. They don't. The cartel uses desperate peasants to drive those boats. Yeah, they just use fucking poor people, prisoners, shit like that, people in their, low-level guys in their employ, and they put them on their boats, and they're more worried about the drugs they lose than the people captaining the ships. And, we don't give a fuck about the drug trafficking. We're just ramping this up so we can get in there and get the oil like everything else. Hostile Soldier says the guys in the boat were logged into Grindr. That's how we found them. Well, look, intelligence is a nasty business. Text coming in. Rudy Giuliani is too busy on Facebook having his daily masturbation session to 9/11 footage. He starts with the South Tower collapse and goes backwards. I thought Rudy Giuliani would always climax to Larry Silverstein saying, pull it. I guess I was wrong. All right, they told us how to, oh, no, God damn it, Silver Wolf. No, this is not how you gather up the monkeys that fell out of that truck. That's not, this is not, no, it's not, that's not how we, they are research monkeys with hepatitis, herpes, and COVID. It has nothing to do with the kind of shit you're talking about. How dare you? Let's open up these 8 o'clock hour stories. 626 of you checking out the tow right now. Like, subscribe, follow. Like, subscribe, follow. Like, subscribe, follow. Everybody, like, subscribe, follow. Chab says, I don't think the guy in the boats were afraid until recently. I suspect they've been doing it a lot. Oh, it did just recently start getting ramped up. Chabs and Abelgram both needs memberships over there on Rumble, so go ahead and help them out. Thank you guys very much for your contributions today. We are getting there, and again, Thursday is always my most frantic day because I get so excited about another perfect week for the tow. And I'm there again today. We're getting closer. As we get closer and closer to perfection, the more nervous and giddy I get. I get so excited for that last one. And then Rumble Friday is always my favorite day of the week. I love that fucking show. Thank you guys so much. Let's get into some trouble, shall we? I've seen stories like this in Minnesota. I've seen stories like this there are certain neighborhoods, and it's usually older neighborhoods, where they build the houses. Whoa. Hold on a second. We'll get to this cars crashing into houses story in a second. I know we got some Cowboy fans in our audience. Breaking news, Dallas Cowboys tight end Marshawn Nealand dead at 24. I got to be honest, I haven't been, other than their standings, I haven't been following the Cowboys a lot this year. You guys sometimes fuck with me on stuff, but nope, you're right. And by the way, he's not a tight end, he's a defensive end. Dallas Cowboys defensive end Marshawn Nealand died Thursday morning. God, fucking season gets worse and worse for you guys. The team announced in a statement he was 24 years old. It feels really gross if I look up his stats right now, but I also need to know if he was good. Marshawn Nealand stats. He's got a couple of sacks this year. Here's what we'll say. Very sad for his family. And no, Chevy fan, he was not one of the escaped. Stop it. Behave yourself. The man's dead, for goodness sake. So if you're a Cowboys fan, Marshawn Nealand, you guys are down a defensive end today. As he died. No cause of death has been given yet. We don't know how he died, but usually 24-year-old football player, unfortunately, it's usually self-inflicted. If not that, usually like drunk driving, something like that. All right, let's go to this Colorado story. This is like, I don't understand like why you would bitch about something like this and not just move. Apparently there's a neighborhood in Colorado, and there's places all over, like probably where you live, where there's like a three-way stop, right? You're coming up to the end of a road. You can go left, you can go right, and then straight ahead of you is like a neighborhood. There's houses. The problem with living in locations like that is sometimes some crazy asshole comes careening through the stop sign and ends up right in your living room. That's happening a lot in Colorado. It's got to be something you consider before you decide to buy.
Driver speeding through this once residential neighborhood, crash landing into family homes. Cars careening up the same sidewalk that kids play on. In some cases, even...
Don't let your kids play in car crash alley, please. It's a lot of trips to Home Depot, by the way.
Slamming into the bedrooms of kids.
This horror happening at least 5 times this year alone in this Aurora intersection off Peoria Street. The neighborhood is near an elementary school and park and is filled with families who are furious. Your reporter Troy Mason joining us a lot.
Move!
God damn it. What do you think? If you get mad enough, crazy, shitty drivers are going to stop crashing into your house? You have a better chance of living somewhere else than you do people are going to learn how to drive. We've been doing it for 100 years now. It's not going to get better. We have what we have.
Live tonight in Torrey, one man says his house has been hit 3 times.
Fuck off.
Oh, this poor guy, it's like every time he fixes his house, someone drives into it again.
Wow, almost like it's kind of a sign. I think after the second time I fix my house from a car careening into it, I go, I don't really think this is a good place to be.
He found a way to protect it, but neighbors around here are disappointed the city isn't doing more to help.
What do you want them to do? Plant landmines in the boulevard? This guy, by the way, if you see what his solution was, this is kind of awesome. He just poured big concrete rectangles, just big concrete stakes in the yard.
Safety has to.
But doesn't that make it more dangerous for the drivers? Yeah, I think he'll be okay with that. I think he can live with that on his conscience.
Or to help.
Safety has to be priority, you know?
When we first met Daniel in May, a stolen car had just
Holy
his garage.
shit.
Since then, he's made progress with repairs and added an upgraded fence.
Oh, wow.
$30,000 worth of concrete.
I invested a lot on it, but it's worth it because I can't even sleep, you know? I can't even sleep. We don't know what's going to happen.
In September, a reckless driver put his new barrier to the test.
Oh.
It worked. He bounced.
It worked. I mean, that fucker's dead, but goddamn, my living room's okay.
There.
The house behind him was hit last month, and a home across the street was hit last week.
Jesus.
Daniel's house is on car number 3.
Well, you don't have to worry. At least if they crash, they're going to crash. They're not going to come in.
Across Peoria, the Ortiz home is the only one on the corner that's not boarded up.
So similar to what he did.
But it has been before.
Nice.
We added like enforced barriers of brick as well. And inside the brick we have concrete so we could try to prevent the hit.
So far, only property's been damaged. Neighbors say it's time the city step in before someone gets hurt.
But look at that setup. Like, what is the city supposed to do? I mean, I guess you could put one of those big, heavy sound barriers up. Property taxes are going to go up. I mean, you bought a house that's literally right next to where cars go. Speed limit's what, 35? So you got people going anywhere from 30 to 50 miles per hour. You bought a house there. It's not like they built the road after you moved in.
Maybe add like speed bumps or try to reinforce like more traffic stops or like add more police in the zone.
The city says it's conducting a detailed review of the area after last week's crash. In a statement, the city says, Public Works does not implement traffic calming devices on major arterials as these measures can conflict with the roadway's primary function and affect congestion, emergency response, and maintenance operations.
That is the nicest way anyone's ever said, fuck you guys, you're on your own.
Even my insurance company, they asked me to contact the city if they can do something, you know?
Neighbors understand it's about driver behavior, but say there's got to be a way to keep cars out of homes.
Like a barricade, I don't know. It's just like, this is too much.
Now, the city says they'll continue to evaluate recent crash data and determine if any engineering or safety measures are warranted here.
Again, that's just a really nice way of saying you guys are on your own. You're shit out of luck. I'm sorry. That's it. Yeah, outside of, speed bumps, traffic lights. I don't know. Aurora, Colorado, criminalize weed again? Ned's Rusty Taint says city of Aurora, same city that lets terrorists take over entire neighborhoods. Whoa, word? Are they letting terrorists take over neighborhoods? And I haven't heard about this. Aurora, Colorado, terrorist neighborhood. Aurora PD. Oh, that was the Aurora, Colorado was the Venezuelan gang thing. Oh, well, then you're right. That place is kind of a shithole. Hey, guys, 185 away from today's goal. Let's do it. Let's knock it out. Let's call it a win for the toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rant. We appreciate you being here. Thank you very, very much. Let's see how Aurora, Colorado was doing this summer. This is just a couple of months ago. in Aurora. Let's go ahead and throw in some donos, some contributions. Let's get that 185 down to 100 by 9:30. Rally it up. I don't care if you put green lights behind it.
Aurora's chief of police insists the city is not being overtaken by gangs. He said that in...
Never a good thing to have to deny. Never. What, I always hear, you're not ever in trouble with gangs until you have to deny that they're taking over your city.
response to this new video from the Innovation by Fitz apartment complex. This video shows a group of men roaming the hallways and pointing guns at the door of an apartment. It is good to be back with you after a few days away. The chief noted that the similarities to last year's viral video from the edge of Lowry Apartments, also in Aurora, is evident. But he also said the situation is much different. Denver 7's Claire Lavazorio hearing from tenants who live...
That's right. I thought that was in Texas. Isn't this the place where almost the entire apartment complex was being inhabited by illegal Venezuelans, a lot of them in gangs?
At this complex and looking into how police are keeping them and that community safe.
You name it, there's been a lot of violence.
Terry Rhodes calls these apartments on the corner of 6th and Potomac in Aurora home. He's lived at Innovation at Fitz for nearly a decade.
Since I've been here long enough, I've seen things change.
Recently, Rhodes says he's heard gunshots that sent his neighbors scrambling for cover.
I'm actually nervous about being here.
That's right. Venezuelan immigrants are scaring the shit out of American black people. Yeah.
Aurora Police Department says since August of 2024, there's been at least a dozen separate incidents, including shots fired, squatters, and kidnappings. Now the department is investigating suspected Venezuelan gang activity after new video shows men with guns roaming the hallways and pounding on doors.
They weren't there with coffee cake and a welcoming tray.
Coffee cake sucks shit. I would have shot them if they would have done that. I mean, you stand outside my door with guns. I mean, that's scary as shit. I'm going to be on my best behavior. But you show up with coffee cake, I'm just going to blow your head off.
With guns.
Chief Todd Chamberlain acknowledged this video.
Bring mashed potatoes.
Video from a neighbor looks a lot like what happened last year at the edge of Lowry Apartments that gained national attention.
Aurora is not an unsafe place.
It looks like an unsafe place. I just had one story about kamikaze car crashes. And now there's Venezuelan gangs hitting each other's doors with like axes and hammers and shit. I'm not calling you a liar. I'm just saying that my definition of a dangerous city and your definition may be a little different. Your town does seem rather dangerous.
Aurora is not an unsafe place. Aurora is not taken over by gang members by any stretch of the imagination.
Chamberlain adds police have spent more than 50 hours on patrol at the complex since Tuesday.
There are problem locations like in any other major city, but we are proactively and aggressively addressing those problems.
This incident happened on June 9th. In the video, the armed men are seen pounding on a unit's door. Chamberlain says the people living...
That unit better not be Matt Khalil or they're about to be knocked unconscious by it.
...in that unit weren't chosen randomly. They had just moved from Venezuela 2 days prior.
They are picking on a community that they are versed in. They are picking on a community that is the immigrant population.
Wait a minute. I don't mean to be nitpicky, but there's picking on people, and then there's standing outside people's homes with guns. I mean, picking on is standing outside their house going, "You're fat and gay, you suck." You're picking on people. That's not nice. Standing outside with guns trained on your door is a little, I think we got to come up with a better word than picking on.
In the city of Aurora?
Chamberlain says some of the men are in custody and police are still searching for others. While the investigation continues, Road worries if he could be next.
After seeing the video, I'm like, that could have easily been my apartment. They've already got a grip on this area. So the
dude,
police are trying
it's
to catch
fine. You're don't worry. Your police chief already said that it's not being taken over and that you guys are okay. I don't know what you're all worried about. Ned's roast. Somebody says that was just Uber Eats drivers. Carlos Cameo says coffee cake is delicious. Fuck off. Well, I'm sorry. I don't like it. It's crummy. Ned's Rusty Taint says Colorado used to be nice, but now it's a woke shithole that caters to the radical left and illegal foreigners.
they do seem to have a bit of a population problem, shall we say. Goat Choker says, oh, that red building was a skate city that shut down years ago after a mass shooting. Oh, no. Really? Skate city? If I look that up, is that true? Is that what that... So this red building over here, you're saying if I look up skate city shooting... We're going to get, we just keep going back in time. We've got listeners in Colorado who are basically going, Aaron, if you go back a little farther, there's more misery and shitty things. Like, I just grabbed a story from yesterday, which is kamikaze cars in Colorado. Kamikaze car, spell it all with a K. Then you guys go, oh no, Venezuelan gangs are also taking over our apartment buildings. So I'm like, okay, we'll check that one out. That was like 4 or 5 months ago. Oh, no, Aaron, you see that building next to the shitty Venezuelan gang shithole? That place had a mass shooting not long ago. Wow. I mean, how far back are we going to get with this? Skate City shooting, Colorado. Oh no, we're only going back 8 months. Son of a bitch. We're still in 2025 with this city. Hey, didn't that cop just recently say that everything's fine and everything's good? I thought that everything was fine in Aurora. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Please and thank you, guys. We're not doing so hot on our goal. We're about to fall behind. We got under 200 at 8:30. That was nice. Thank you very much. Go on a bit of a rally for me. We're 185 away right now. That's a bad look at 912. But let's get down to 100 by 9:30. So gift those memberships, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We're doing a great show today. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow if you can't donate. Here we go.
First tonight at 9, 2 teenagers shot in the Skate City parking lot here in Aurora. Now this
I'm going to guess Swedish ancestry.
happened just after 5 tonight on Girard Avenue near Chambers and Hamden. Rachel Sauer is there live tonight and joins us now live. Rachel, what happened?
Yep, look, that's the red building.
Yeah.
Look, that's the red building that we saw next to the apartments. Holy shit.
Kim, well, this happened just behind me in the parking lot of Skate City, as you said, off of Girard Avenue, and what police are calling a shootout, and the suspect is still currently unknown at this time, but I'll just step aside and just kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at now. As you mentioned, this crime scene is about a little over 2 hours old, and the information we have now is pretty limited, but what we do know is police are saying this was a shootout in the parking lot of the skating rink. There were 2 teenage victims. Both of them are in the hospital right now with injuries. A teenage boy has what police are saying serious injuries. A 14-year-old girl was taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Now, as of right now, the suspect has not been arrested or identified, but Aurora...
You know, I'm starting to think that when that police chief said that the city is not unsafe and that criminal gangs are not taking over the city, I have a feeling he may have fibbed a little bit.
Or identified, but Aurora police believe the teens might have known the suspect, and they also found multiple shell casings in this area of different calibers. And from what we can tell, I mean, this is still a very active investigation. They're still looking for a suspect, and they are currently asking anyone with information if they've seen anything or heard anything to give them a call, or our partners at Metro Denver Crime Stoppers. For now, they're reporting live in Aurora. Rachel Sauer, Fox 30.
So... did we find out? Did we ever figure out who this was? We ever find out? Is shooting involving young people remains under investigation? It was trauma. Oh, no. 4 years ago, there was another shooting at this place? Jesus Christ. I'm afraid to go any further back in Aurora, Colorado's history.
A scare inside an Aurora skating rink over the weekend. Teens fear.
Wait, you're saying that this skating rink didn't shut down after the first mass shooting? Wow, that's called being resilient.
Fearing for their lives after hearing what they thought were gunshots.
Well, there were no gunshots, but this is a generation trained to react to mass shooting situations. Tonight, Denver 7's Addie Guajardo spoke to a mom and daughter who say the trauma of that...
Oh, they thought a shooting was going on. So this wasn't an actual shooting. This was just everyone in Aurora was scared fucking shitless that someone was getting shot. Well, that's always a good sign for your community.
Day still keeps him up at night.
There it is. There's our Skate City that was in our last couple stories. This place is famous.
Saturday night out with friends turned into chaos. Screams and teens running for cover echoed inside Skate City in Aurora.
We heard like 8 loud bangs.
14-year-old Katie Takata didn't think she was going to make it out alive.
I thought the shooter was
Quit biting your fingernail. Quit biting your fucking cuticles.
gonna come in and they were gonna shoot us.
Around 6 p.m., Aurora police responded to a call of shots fired. When they arrived, they were met by a chaotic crowd, but they didn't find evidence of a shooting. No shell casings, no one injured or property damage. But the call and the moment felt real.
She said, remember, the police chief said this is not an unsafe city, even though if you step on bubble wrap in this town, everyone thinks there's a shootout. That's just paranoia.
There's a shooter. I'm running. When you hear your child.
See, they mistook it. Christopher McDonald actually brought his kids there to skate. And they said, shooter's here, Shooter McGavin. And then the whole thing, like it blew up from there. You got to be careful of the shit you yell out in public. That's all.
Terrified like that. And crying and running for her life. It is the most awful thing you can ever imagine.
Don't worry, ma'am. Like 3.5 years from now, there's going to be an actual shooting. So don't, like, this one's fine. You're going to look back on these days and go, hey, remember when, like, they would make popcorn and we would think everyone's getting murdered? Don't worry. 3.5 years from now, there are going to be people getting shot there. Just give it time.
Look just
Diversity is our strength, Colorado.
like a school shooting video or
Rachel Nielsen is part of a program at the University of Denver that addresses targeted trauma through education and training.
Is that a normal reaction to think there's a mass shooter because there seems to be some kind of chaos inside?
I don't know that you would necessarily see that in other countries.
She's
Fuck that. You wouldn't see that in other cities. Aurora, I'm starting to think, is a shitty place to live.
Says this is the reality of the generation now in middle and high school who have been trained and conditioned time and time again through drills to prepare for mass shootings.
But even with PTSD, you can get the full-blown disorder from the belief that you are in a life and death situation.
Katie can't sleep
Thank God we're not raising a generation of pussies.
at night.
Seeing everyone running and screaming and experiencing the same thing as you is just really scary.
And while she's aware no one was injured and a shooting didn't happen,
It was traumatizing.
Whatever responses they're having is normal for a really extraordinary situation.
So now we're not even saying kids are going to be fucked up by actual shootings. Now we're saying that kids are going to be fucked up by the idea of thinking maybe there's a shooting. Oh, man. You know what? I think we might have done a little too much head shrinking. Boomer Bob Show says Google says Aurora, Colorado doesn't make the safety test lists. Their police chief is a lying asshole. I think so. Zen Man Build says shooter's rink. I've done my time, I've paid my dues, and now this is shooter's rink. Bring your ballistic vest to school day, says DB. Ned's Rusty Taint says, makes that dangerous road seem not all that bad. Yeah, I kind of want to go live in the fucking kamikaze car neighborhood now. My other choices are Venezuelan gang apartments or shootout skate city. Yeah, I think I'll take an odd Toyota Camry crashing into a concrete barrier outside my house every couple of months. Oh, boy. I used to live, Hooters Girl says, I used to live on a T, and people kept going through the stop sign into my yard. Was going to put huge rocks to stop them. City said I couldn't because it could kill someone. Well, yeah, don't you know? You have to let them crash into your house and potentially kill you and your family. You can't be mean and put up concrete. Hey, you know how you avoid hitting the concrete barrier outside someone's house? You keep your fucking car on the road. Cottonwood says that bitch makes her living off PTSD. Kinda. I mean, notice like the definition of PTSD keeps like encroaching a little more each story. Oh, yeah, you don't even have to actually go through some shit. You can just think you go through some shit and you can get PTSD. Hey, do you think that works for Vikings Super Bowls? Do you think if I could just imagine that we won one, I could create the memory in my head? Mad Move says, don't live in shitty places. My driveway is a 1/4 mile long. Oh, well, so superior you are. All right, guys, it's fallen on deaf ears. I think we might be missing out on our perfect week. That's tough to admit, but it ain't looking good. Still 185 away from today. We got quite a few people in that Rumble chat who don't have their memberships. Let's go ahead and knock those out. Throw in a couple of memberships over on YouTube because there's a lot of people that love the toe that don't have their YouTube memberships. And today is members only day. Kelly Clarkson is beautiful. See, they're going to think that they're on the payroll. What fake donor will come through today, Toe? I don't know. Guys, fake donors? We got any fake donors? Go ahead. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. If we got, hey, you know me. If we got some fake donors, we open the double doors for them. Come on in. Fake donors. Who's Steven's a fake donor? Walter's a fake. Well, Walter already came in once. Came in hot. I think Sanford's son, they like to cope and say that he's a fake donor. Come on. If we got, I understand you don't want to put your name on the donation. That's fine. How about a fake one then? That sounds good to me. 185 away from today. We're 8 minutes away from falling behind. Looks like we will. Maybe we rally up. Maybe we don't. Maybe it's finally time for the first time in like 8 to 10 months that we don't have a perfect week here on the toe. Because after all, I'm sure for some of you who hate us, it's getting fucking annoying. You feel like you're getting your ass kicked every day. And I don't like that. I want you to come here and have a good time. So with those fake donos, guys, be gentle. Be gentle, please. But that is a good question. What fake dono is going to bail out the toe today? Hey, it's the kind of thing that keeps me guessing as well. I just don't want to miss today's goal and then develop some kind of PTSD like I live in Aurora or something. Oh, can we strap this guy to one of those concrete Aurora traffic barriers? That would be nice. This guy's name is Elmer Baca Flores. He's an Oklahoma pastor who's facing human trafficking charges. A piece of shit. Like using, obviously human trafficking, this is going to be a controversial take. Look out, guys. Human trafficking is wrong. Sorry, I'll give that some room to breathe. Human trafficking is wrong. But like especially using that like spiritual advantage, that spiritual connection that you have, like you have a flock, you have people that believe in God and you're like the shepherd of it. And then you use that to traffic people, like an extra special place in hell for somebody like that. Let's find out what this asshole did. An Oklahoma City area pastor accused of exploiting members of his congregation now faces additional charges after state investigators uncovered evidence he trafficked and abused victims under the guise of ministry. Just using that should be like an extra, like hate crimes. And I know people are against hate crimes and shit. Like it adds extra years to your sentence. Like if you're a member of the community who's looked to for like spiritual advice, you know how like if you fuck one of your employees, it doesn't matter if it's consensual, you still got to go. It's still wrong because there's a power dynamic thing. I feel like there should be like extra charges and extra punishment for a guy who's got like a spiritual hold on somebody. I mean, shit. They sent Charles Manson to prison and he technically didn't even do anything. But they said he had a spiritual and like a hypnotizing hold on these people and got them to murder others. The Oklahoma County District Attorney's Office now has charged Elmer Baca Flores with 5 counts of human trafficking and human trafficking for labor and 1 count of sexual battery. Victims told agents they were forced to work for Flores without compensation. All right, so they're starting with the small offenses and they're building up and would threaten them with physical harm if they attempted to leave. claiming he was a member of MS-13. Oh, wait a minute. So this guy is a pastor. He's a godly man who's leading his flock. But if they don't pull weeds in the landscaping rock, he's MS-13. That's interesting. That should raise a few eyebrows with the congregation. The Oklahoma Bureau of Narcotics Human Trafficking Unit spokesman Mark Woodward said in a Facebook post that Flores used his influence as a pastor to spiritually coerce the victims by targeting their religious conviction. One victim told agents that Flores gave her a test to prove her ability to resist temptation. Oh, no, you fucking pig dog. During this test, the victim was sexually battered by Flores. Kill him. You know what? I have an idea. Tell him you're sending him on a skating trip in Aurora, Colorado. It'll be perfect. I am proud of the work by the men and women of our human trafficking unit to get this predator off the street so he can no longer prey on the innocent and vulnerable. And I am grateful that the victims in this investigation are receiving support and assistance, said Director Donnie Anderson. You know, this is why I wish that the Trump administration was serious about human trafficking and they were serious about the stuff they want to put a stop to. But like, it seems like all they want to do is use shit like this for a reason to go into other countries. Like, oh yeah, we're going to crack down on the drugs. And that leads to, and we can take out Maduro. It's like, why do you think there hasn't been any Epstein list yet? Or why do you think they haven't followed through on a lot of this child trafficking shit? It's because unless there's some kind of ulterior motive for Trump's donors, it's not that they don't give a shit. Just put it on the back burner. That's all. Reformed Rapscallion says some Latino culture says a girl is a woman at 15. That's problematic. Well, I mean, 15 or 51, I don't think you can legally get away with the shit that this guy was doing. DB says, God wills it, my child. Kill him. Right? Like, what a fucking pig. Like, I'm going to test your faith. Give me a hand job or God doesn't love you. What a cunt. 185 away from today. I am actually mildly impressed. I am mildly impressed at how little the goal has moved in the last hour and a half or so. It's been... No Gusto says, I'm the biggest Toe fan. I just sent him $500. I wish that were true. 185 away from today. Jerry Shepardini says, we got a rally, y'all. Last night was a miracle win for the Toe. That's true. Because last night I was like, look, we ain't going to get this done. And then Main Vein goes, no. The thing is with Steel Toe is you only make money because of White Power Hour. So if you play Erica, you're going to make a whole bunch of money and you're going to knock this thing out. And I'm like, you know what? That is absolute bullshit, Main Vein. I'll play the Erica song, I'll light the lamp, and we'll still miss the goal. And then last night, we play Erica, and money starts flooding in, and then I look like an ass. And now I'm beholden to, not only that, we went like $100 over. Which, you know, emergency fund. Nope, that should go to the evening show. So, you know what? Let's do it right now. Let's prove that the evening show crowd is not the disgusting group of white supremacists that the evening show crowd is. I'll light the lamp. I'll play Erica. And I'll show that we're still not going to get any contributions in and that the morning show audience is a little more politically correct than the evening show audience. How many people are here? Rumble Studio, kick me a number. 602. 602 people watching the Toe right now. And these 602 people, that is more than double who were watching last night. I'm going to show you. Now, wait a minute. This one doesn't count. This one doesn't count. We hadn't started the music yet. Gray Duckling with 5 gifted memberships on Rumble.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Oh, I'm sorry. Gay Cuckling. Gay Cuckling. 160 away from today and 52 gifted memberships. Away from 400 on the Rumble end of things. Pool Scam Sam says, you actually fall for this? It's kind of like we're doing a bit. God damn, some of you are too fucking stupid to really This is a very simple show. This is not difficult to get. Some people like Pool Scam. They watch too much drama content and they have a hard time catching up. You know? Hard time catching up. Harry Balls, that is an absolute lie. How dare you, sir? How dare I should be able to sue you for defamation. All right, 160 away from today. So I'm gonna fire up the not the Rumble Friday. I'm gonna fire up Erica. I'm gonna light the lamp, and we're gonna prove to Main Vein that just because we play that song and light the lamp does not mean this show is funded by White Power Hour. So here we go. Hit the music, and we're gonna prove today that the morning audience is superior to the. Watch. The music starts, nothing happens. See, it's about show quality. We're not doing the kind of show the audience wants to contribute the money to knock out the goal. It has nothing to do with White Power Hour or my audience being a bunch of racists. Marble Arms with $5 says kill Whitey. All right, look, that's one guy. It's one guy. It's not indicative of a trend. It's not indicative of anything else. It's just one guy. All right? I'll shut up. We'll just prove the point. Camo Girl with $4.99 says for Erica. See that? So that's two. That's two, and it's like a total of $9.99. I'll shut up and continue. See? We're fine. I'm just proving a point. It's just a good song. It doesn't mean anything. All right, look. Veldrain says WPH STMS. Again, 3 people so far. Wow, big deal. The majority, like 600 other people, are not doing this. See? We don't, the point I'm proving is we don't make any money anyway, regardless of the song. Main Vein with $20 says White Power fuels this show, Aaron. Embrace it, $20. No, that's not. Again, still, this is not a lot coming in. This is not a big amount of money. 135 away from today. I mean, we're still a long ways away. I think I'm still proving my point. Redbird with $1 says, just like Bonnie Blue, cashing in your dignity and self-respect to pay the bills. Just like all of us do. You let another grown man yell at you to pay yours. We are the same. Mr. Beat gifting a membership, but I don't even think they're actually listening, so they might not know that the song's actually playing. There you go. See? That was only $55 that came in because we played that song. So this show obviously not fueled by White Power. It was, what was it? It was like $200 came in last night from an audience half this size. So thank you for proving my point. You guys are wonderful. The donations do not come into this show because of a White Power Hour. They come in because of the content. That's all. 1:30 away from today and an hour to do it. Oh, $5 from You Need Me More says, don't you try using reverse psychology on me. Oh, wait, I guess it worked. In no way was that reverse psychology whatsoever. That was not reverse psychology. That was me proving a point. All right. Cheetos says if you hit the goal, Aaron will have White Power Hour at Stoney's. That's not true. I won't do that. $10 from Trucker 18 Wheeler says, You said donate using Erica. That's not, I didn't say that at all. I did not say that at all. And see, Gray Duckling throws in $20 after the song's over because he's happy that this bigotry is off this platform.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Exactly. They donate $20 because they want to see Karmic. For all the ducklings out there, gray, white, yellow doesn't matter except for the black cuckling. Now, this show is fueled by human decency. Thank you very, very much. 105 away from today. I think they're done now. I think we've made our point. Gray Duckling is the first one to crack $200 this week. He's at 213. I'm sorry, Gay Cuckling is the first one. All right. 105 away from a perfect week for the toe. I think the point has been made. This show does not survive on White Power Hour. Rusty Grammar with $5 says, fuck you, Aaron. WPH for life.
Fuck you, Aaron.
All right, even 100 away. See, like, if we hit that last 100, I would say something like, I'll play the song to play us out today if we knock out that last hundo. And then I would say that maybe you guys have a point. Head Tigger in charge with $10 says, did I miss the rally? What time does it start at Stoney's? There is no rally at Stoney's. That's not an actual thing. Thank you for the $10, though. I appreciate it. Redbird with a link. He says, bad internet. This was supposed to upload during the song. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, buddy. Thank you for the $5, though. Main Vein with $1 says, that was only a white power few minutes, Aaron. Make it a true hour and the goal will be met. Goat Wrangler with $20.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
He says, all hail Tater Taint. That's, again, not my name whatsoever. I am not Tater Taint. It's not a nickname. Nobody's ever given me that name. You made that up. Phil Herslit says, that's not true. I was at Stoney's last night for White Power Wednesday. That was just incidental because of the clientele. That's not an actual thing. Cheeto, please tell them that you don't have White Power Wednesday. Thank you. Please tell them that that's not true. Thanks. All right, Kraken Slappin' with $5 says White is right. No. He's a Breaking Bad fan. He means Walter White. It's not what you think it is. Don't worry. $70. All right, thank you. Marble Arms with $5 says, I stole this $5 from the United Negro College Fund. Don't do that, please. Those underprivileged black children deserve an opportunity just like everybody else. All right, thank you. You guys have proven your point. $65 away from today and a perfect week. I appreciate it. I thank you. That's very nice. But I think the point has been proven. 615 of you checking out the toe. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We appreciate it. We did not get to 7 today. I think we peaked out at like 620. Unfortunately. But as we keep saying, 620 is like hey, that's a decent day. Better than anyone else covering the toe does. And, 700 is like, hey, that's a good one. But, 6, we'll take it. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Nice rally, guys. You're back ahead. I appreciate it. But I think the headline here is that WPH does not hit this goal. And that's the important part. Cheeto says WPH at Stoney's is proudly brought to you by the Steel Toe Morning Show. Guys, he's kidding. It's not true. It's not accurate. Mad Move says, all hail Starch Lord. That's, again, not my name at all. Not Starch Lord. Nobody's ever called me Starch Lord. It's not an actual nickname. Okay, continuing on. This was the lawsuit we were talking about earlier. This internet lawsuit that so many people who they like to gang up and do that whole bit. are saying Miskiff is a retard. I mean, he might be a retard. I tried to watch like an hour-long documentary on the guy to figure out more. I couldn't fucking get through it. It was too boring. He's like a video game streamer or something. Well, anyway, he fucked some e-girl, which is something you should never do. He got involved with some streaming chick who makes her money off of simps on the internet. What a loser, right? They break up. She says, oh, yeah, he was banging me off the walls, beating the shit out of me. He was graping me, the whole deal. You can't say shit like that without proof. He comes out. He denies it. Now he's suing for defamation, which is within his right. You come out and publicly accuse someone of shit that you can't prove they did. You leave yourself vulnerable. This is rule number one of broadcasting. This is the number one thing they teach you, not only in college, in mass communications, but they also teach you at your job. Use the word allegedly. Use the words, in my opinion. You do not make statements of fact against other people that you cannot prove. Like, for example, if someone says they want to do something to a person over and over and over, you can use their words and say, well, they want to do this. That makes them X. That's totally fine. That is not actionable. But if this Miskiff says, I never touched this woman without consent, whatever, and you guys have a bad breakup, and you think your simps are going to give you a shitload of donations if you accuse that guy of SAing you, because yes, being a victim sells, being a victim gives you status now, which I think is the most pathetic thing in our culture. Now all of a sudden, because people hate this weird eyeliner wearing creep Miskiff, now they're like, his lawsuit is retarded. It's fucking not, dude. Maybe the part about Asmongold and these other streamers is, but not the part about this chick accusing him of, doing the dirty. Matthew Ronaldo is his name. Like, this is a really hateable guy. Like, you just look at him, his icy blue eyes, looks like the Night King. I mean, I'm not saying this guy isn't a douche. He's totally a douche. But I am seeing some of the worst fucking takes. This is why I'm so glad I don't follow a lot of this, like the internet drama horse shit, because if I knew this guy like these pathetic internet people know this guy, it might cloud my judgment. And I see like legal analysts, it's clouding their judgment because they just don't like the guy. He filed a defamation lawsuit against Emily Beth Emmy Rue Shunk. Now, here's where he's fucking up. Zach Asmongold Hoyt. Like all Asmongold did was cover the thing. All he did was talk about it. He didn't put any of it out there. His former organization, OTK, along with other entities following SA allegations. Now, the first thing you do with an allegation like that is you fucking deny it. If this guy didn't deny the allegation, then might be in a little trouble. Emmy Rue accused Miskiff of SA, stalking, domestic abuse, and more during an October 25th Twitch stream. Former partners and both previously streamers under the OTK One True King organization, the pair lived together in Texas before separating. She claimed to be in the process of filing for a restraining order. Hours later, now the process, it takes a day. Hours later, Miskiff booted up his own stream to fire off his own statements against Emmy Rue while detailing the instance of alleged sexual assault from his perspective. Now, here's the deal. Anytime you have these public streamer breakups, this is what, before streamers and these fucking retards became famous, people would say shit like, why do these actors and actresses and celebrities have all of these publicists that, work statements out for them? It's so phony. It's not. This is why you have publicists, so they can handle this shit for you. So you don't have some dumb bitch go on a stream and go, like everybody does now. Every breakup now is a race to victimhood between the guy and the girl. When 99% of the time, you guys had a shitty breakup. It happens. But now, especially with streaming, it's, how much can I monetize my sadness? And I know I'll be a victim. People really, especially simps, they love victims. And then you got Miskiff. He decides to, instead of lawyering up, filing a lawsuit, instead what he does, he gets on a stream, he says a whole bunch of dumb shit that's probably going to take what could have been a slam dunk defamation case and muddy the waters a whole bunch. In the aftermath, OTK, the streaming organization co-founded by Miskiff, sided with co-owner Emiru, clarifying any relationship with Miskiff was terminated some time ago. Meanwhile, other content creators like Asmongold, also involved in OTK, further fueled the flames in panning Miskiff. Now the 30-year-old influencer is turning to the legal system, filing a defamation lawsuit against both Emiru and Asmongold, along with OTK, Mythic Talent Management, and King Gaming Labs, as first reported by KXAN. See, now you're including all these other people. All these other people didn't do this. Emiru did this. She's the one who accused you of all this shit. All these other people are just, it seems like he's adding all these other people on because he knows they have a lot of money and he's looking for a quick settlement. To me, this whole story from the very beginning has been a classic hate. Nobody in this story is likable. Keep your fucking breakups off the air. Take it from me. Keep your fucking breakups off the air. Get a publicist for shit like that. And if you have to, lawyer up. But these people go out there and they're just, oh, yeah, she's a piece of shit. No, he's a piece of shit. And chances are, if you guys break up and the first instinct you have is to turn on a stream and tell everybody what a piece of shit you each are, you're both probably pieces of shit. More than likely. $5 from Tridio says he didn't deny it, Aaron. He actually admitted to most of it, which likely defeats his claim. He didn't admit to the essay. He said she said no, and he backed the fuck off right away. So that part, you got a bit of an argument there. But you're right on one thing. He should have just shut his goddamn mouth and filed the lawsuit. Things like this happen, and people start running their mouths. They get themselves into trouble. Veldrain with $5 says the money was not stolen from the United Negro College Fund. It was borrowed. Their words, not mine. Thank you. I appreciate that. Veldrain with $1 says not only is Emiru an e-girl, she is a fan of Hassan who has been on her stream. Oh, God. Yeah, I don't trust any of these people. I don't trust any of them. They're all, the whole gang of them, clout chasers, finding a way to spin this into a little story time video they can do. I don't buy it. I wouldn't trust any of these people any further than I can throw them. I feel like all of it is kind of it's all a money grab on everybody's side. The best thing you can do in situations like this, even like breakups with your friends, like if you have mutual friends who break up, believe absolutely nobody. There's three sides, their side, the other side, and the truth, and just try to stay as neutral as humanly possible. Oh, wait, no, I can't read the name here. $20 from Fake Dono.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck.
A $20 Fake Dono coming in. Thank you very much. Coming in hot, as it were. So that's going to put us, hey, all of a sudden you guys are $40 away from today. I got to admit, the music really did get us down to $40, which is just about home for a perfect week for the toe. 51 memberships away from 400 and $40 away from today's final goal of the week. 325 Charles says, I'm new here. Oh, guys, Charles, treat him like a king. King Charles, if you will. We love new audience members here. Gift that fucking guy a membership so he doesn't have to watch any ads. And number 2, guys, in the Rumble chat, show Charles how we welcome people. Be nice. Charles, you're going to love this community. These people are kind. They're nice. They're wonderful people. Guys, go ahead in the chat. Say hi to Charles. Introduce yourselves. Charles says, I'm new here, but it seems those people need to move to Aurora, Colorado. Hey, not bad. Good job. Not a bad start, my man. Not a bad start at all. Abel Graham gifting a membership. I want to see that one go to King Charles. Veldrain with $1 says, hey, Aaron, welcome back. We knew that phone would become skin grafted again eventually. Phone? Because I'm looking at it for the contributions, of course. Reformed. See, now our audience is welcoming Charles into our community. He's being welcomed in. Let's take a look at some of the feedback. Reformed Rapscallion says, Charles, go fuck yourself and take Aaron with you. He's kidding. He's joking around. DB says, hi, King Charles. Your brother is a pig. He's joking too. These are all jokes, Charles. We welcome you into the Steel Toe community, guys, right? Chips and Diff says, fuck Charles. Charles sucks. They're talking about a different guy. There's a different Charles. Trucker 18 Wheeler says, fuck Charles. You're a gay F word if you like it here. Charles, again, that guy is totally kidding. Mad Move says, Charlie, Aaron might try to suck your dick. He has AIDS from the power of positivity. Charles, they're kidding about that as well. Hey, by the way, Charles did get that gifted membership from Abelgram. Thank you. Wonderful. Now, Charles, I just want to let you know that these are all wonderful, nice people, and they're just joking around. Ryan the Garbage Man says, run for the hills and cover your asshole before Aaron gets a hold of it. Again, they tease rough. Chevy Fan says, fuck off, Charles. What a homo name. Again, kidding, not problem. All good. Reformed Rapscallion says, it's either me or Charles. Pick now, Aaron. It's not necessary. Goat Wrangler says, Chuck rhymes with fuck. Aaron was just locked up. Coincidence? Give Me Tips says, hey, Charles, it's nice having you here. Go fuck yourself, Charles. That's not how we grow this show. That's not how we get more people here. Charles seems like a really nice guy. He's already contributed a very funny joke. Das Optic Nerve says, hey, Charles, you like reach arounds because you're in for a treat. We're not going to do that to you, buddy. We're not going to reach around and grab your cock and balls. That's not what we do on this show. Papa Shab says, no, he really does have AIDS. Shut up. Mad Move says, we are a loving community. I think so. Chips and Dip says, hey, Charles, ask Aaron where April is. That's not necessary. Charles doesn't need to know that. We're in the post that era. He will never know that. Cheeto says, fuck you, Charles, but come out to Stoney's tonight for $2.50 canned beers. Yeah, go to Stoney's in Rockville, Minnesota. Meldrain says, hey, you Charles, don't be gay. And hi, see, that was very nice. That was very kind. Mad Move says, fuck you and your chocolate factory. Different Charles, dude. Gurmy says, Jake Hudson told me Charles is a good person. He is. He's a good guy. Goat Wrangler says, someone needs to change their name to fuck Charles. That will not be necessary. 325 Charles says, I have some free time. Why all the SA? Maybe curb those articles. You got it, buddy. You got it. Although I'd be more concerned with these guys. Roots said, Roots is one of our favorite guys, Charles. He's going to introduce you to all the kindness and all the warmth of our community. Let's see what Roots has to say. I'm going to shove this trowel up Charles' ass and slap Aaron in the face with it. It's going to smell like shit. Tigger says, Charles, make sure you don't have mashed potatoes in your vicinity. Aaron will fuck you to get them. I won't, though. I won't do that. Charles says, I don't start drinking until noon. Potato Head Case has a nice way of saying it. Hey, what's up, Chuck? Guys, what's the point of asking Charles questions like, have you ever been to a Turkish prison? He doesn't know. Of course not. Roots asking Charles, how many fingers can you fit up your ass? He doesn't need to answer that. Charles, you don't need to answer that. Charles says, hate is not going to move me. That's right. Charles is a fucking rock, dude. Charles is my new guy. He's my new favorite audience member. Charles, do you like gladiator movies? You guys are... What are you doing? What are you doing, for God's sake? Be nice to our new friends. Thank you for giving him a membership. $35 away from today's goal. Oops, I fucked that part up. 50 memberships. away from 400. Thank you so much for your contributions today. And guys, we're just about there. Over a half hour left in the show and just $35 away from getting a W. The last one of the week, the last W of the week. We're excited. It's a perfect week for the toe. Employee at Oshkosh McDonald's. I wish we had a video for this one. This, I feel like a lot of you are going to be able to empathize with this story. Maybe you worked at a McDonald's as a kid. Maybe you work at a place now where you wouldn't mind shooting a motherfucker or two. But in this case, an employee at an Oshkosh, Wisconsin McDonald's is charged with shooting his manager during a work dispute. I mean, you do, in a way, win the argument, right? I mean, the boss stops bothering you. A criminal complaint is offering new details about what led to a workplace shooting. Adam Samida, 24 years old, was charged Monday with misdemeanor disorderly conduct with use of dangerous weapon and carrying a concealed weapon. A signature bond was set in court, according to a December 18th status conference being scheduled. By the way, you take a look at this guy. I mean, who could have saw this coming? He looks just like a normal dude. Doesn't look burned out and vacant at all. Seems like a decent guy gone wrong. That concealed weapon shit is really dangerous, especially close to the border. I don't mean like carrying. I mean like the laws. You got to be really careful about the laws. One of my cellmates, when I was in for that 6.5 days, my second cellmate, after I beat the fuck out of the first one, dude. My second cellmate lives in Wisconsin, was driving somewhere for work into Canada. They wouldn't let him into Canada because he had a DUI on his record. So he drove to Sauk Center to get a hotel for the night, hit a deer on his way there, smashed up his car, lost his phone, got pissed off at the hotel, drank a bottle of vodka, I believe, and then realized he didn't have his phone and went out driving to go find his phone, got picked up, got the DUI. Now, he had additional charges added because he was carrying a firearm without a permit. Now, in Minnesota, we don't have reciprocity laws with Wisconsin. So just because you have a concealed weapons permit in Wisconsin does not mean you have one in Minnesota. So if you don't have a Minnesota concealed weapons permit, you can be charged. He didn't have one, no reciprocity. Thus, he got that tacked onto the DUI. That's fucking brutal. By the way, I did find out that if you drink a bottle of vodka, you'll blow a .18. It's actually necessary information to have. I thought it would have been more than that. But if you carry a gun across state lines, make sure you're licensed in all of them. Because you can do absolutely nothing wrong. And if you're carrying a firearm into Minnesota and you're from Wisconsin, being licensed there won't help you here. According to the criminal complaint, Samida was working at the McDonald's on Jackson Street at about 2 a.m. Most normal kind of people working at 2 a.m. at McDonald's. One of the managers told police Samida was refusing to work, so the other manager confronted him. We need 2 managers at a McDonald's at 2 a.m. The second manager, identified as witness 2 in the complaint, and Samida shouted at each other. Eventually, Samida pulled out a gun and shot the manager in the foot. Well, it's not his fault. He told him to dance. This prompted a verbal exchange between witness 2 and Adam, where Adam asked witness 2 to, quote, meet him outside. How about that? Witness 2 stated that he observed Adam gesture towards his waistband, indicating that he had a firearm, which, totally normal to bring that to work at fucking McDonald's. Witness 2 claimed that he tried to push Adam out of the store and that Adam pushed witness 2 back in order to remain in the store. Never seen someone fight so hard to stay inside a McDonald's since I forgot my second cheeseburger. Although that is contradicted by the surveillance video, which showed witness 2 grab Adam and prevent him from leaving. Witness 2 stated they again went by the exit doors, and he claimed that Adam refused to leave. Dude, they're offering to give you a day off work at McDonald's at 2 a.m, which is also contradicted by the surveillance video, which instead showed Adam attempt to leave, but he was prevented by witness 2. Witness 2 stated that he was worried that Adam would then get into the bathroom and prepare to shoot others. So Witness 2 tried to get Adam's arms and ended up tackling Adam to the ground. Witness 2 recalled that Adam was able to use his left arm to get the firearm and ended up discharging. Witness 2 stated that he knew he had been hit by something, but he was not sure he had been shot. What else do you think it was? It was later determined that Witness 2 had sustained a gunshot through his foot, resulting in a fracture. So why not let this fucking guy leave? I mean, I know he's going to get charged because of the firearm possession and everything else, but it sounds like this guy was trying to skedaddle and you guys you kept him there for whatever reason. Why? Why would you keep a guy like that? If a guy's like gesturing to his waistband that he's got a gun and he seems like he's, kind of at the end of his rope, let him fuck off. Don't keep him there. Rabbi Smoothie says, my $5 didn't show up on YouTube. I don't see it, my man. I'm sorry. I do not see your Oh, you know what? A lot of times when people don't have that show up, it's because they wrote something on there that YouTube doesn't allow, and they didn't let you. Hooters girl says, whatever happened to the Cash Me Outside girl? Oh, she's fucking massive now. She's a rapper. I think she's got an OnlyFans. She's got millions of dollars. She is a fantastic example of how life is dirty and unfair. It's basically what happened to Cash Me Outside. Minnesota CCW does transfer to Wisconsin, so that's nice, says Potato Head Case. Okay, there you go. So if you have one in Minnesota, it transfers to Wisconsin, but not vice versa. So is that a cunty liberal Minnesota thing? Is that Walls being an asshole? Rusty Grammar says, my limit is .02 if carrying legally. If it was unloaded and cased, there wouldn't be an additional charge. Yeah, maybe don't hold the gun while you're drinking. DB says he said to the manager, hey, Spider, you little prick. Yeah, he said, what's that movie? What's that old movie with Humphrey Bogart, The Alabama Kid? The Alabama Kid. Dance, Spider. And then, you gotta work on that foot movement. Root says if the Checkers doesn't get shot up at 3 a.m. at least once a week, it ain't a Checkers. I don't know Checkers. Is this a thing that Minnesota doesn't have? I love it when I find like shitty, dumpy, dog shit burger places that we don't have here. It's like discovering a new planet. TB says best place to be shot is In-N-Out Burger. Ah, right. In-N-Out Burger. Where'd this go? Where'd the Gay Cuckling says that law changed, I thought. Not according to this guy. Although that guy did have an excuse for like everything. He was a likable guy. I liked the guy. He was a decent dude, but like he is one of those guys who had an excuse for everything that kind of fucked him over. But I don't think I think he is right though. I don't think Minnesota reciprocates with Wisconsin. Mad Move says state reciprocity is typically a measure of if the other state's CCW meets the same requirements, they agree to recognize one another. And that's probably what it is. I'm thinking that Wisconsin probably doesn't have the standards that we do. Because in Minnesota, you have to show a level of proficiency with the weapon. It's a certain spread in a certain amount of time. I know that. 09 Canyon says, Popeyes is good. My mom used to stop on the way home from work and pick up chicken, and it was a sketchy area. We never had one near home. Oh, man, that's too bad. Apparently, we do have a Checkers. Okay. We do have a Checkers. Minnesota concealed carry reciprocity laws. Okay. States that we have reciprocity with. What do these colors mean? Green means a carry allowed with my Minnesota permit. So the red states you can't carry with a Minnesota permit. Blue states, yes, constitutional carry, which means the Second Amendment is your carry permit. And green is yes. So, holy shit, that's awesome. Look at how many states have constitutional carry. That rules. Good for all of those. So every state that borders Minnesota, you can keep carrying your pistol. Colorado, you can't. Isn't that something? Colorado has really strict gun laws. Didn't we just check out what was going on in Boulder? Huh. It's almost like those gun laws don't do shit to prevent gun crime. New Mexico, you can't. California, Oregon, Washington, you can't. None of this is breaking news, I don't think. Illinois. Pennsylvania, that surprises me a little. New York, not at all. Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Maryland, New Jersey, Delaware, D.C., and NYC, you can't carry. But Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Virginia, South Carolina, and everywhere, or North Carolina and everywhere else. Puerto Rico, you can't, and Hawaii, you can't. You can't carry. It's kind of nice that Minnesota's in like the majority of the reasonable people in the country for once, though. I mean, it's kind of nice for us not to be tethered to New York and California on this shit. Because usually we're like one of the standout states in a bad way. All right, so we got enough power in the rural areas to get some reasonable gun laws passed. It still is kind of shitty that you can't, like, defending yourself in Minnesota is kind of tricky. Like the laws around self-defense in your home, they're a little rough. Ryan sent me a message. It's a photo outside of Stoney's in Rockville, and he says, did I miss the WPH? It's 10 o'clock in the morning, first of all. There is no WPH at Stoney's. There is a $35 goal left. Let's go ahead and knock that out and call it a win for the toe. Thank you very, very much. Brack says everyone with a DUI blames it on an external factor somehow. Yeah, a lot of people say, I mean, well, in Minnesota now, you can't do the breathalyzer. They're not allowing the breathalyzer until that court case is cleaned up. So there is that too. Yeah, well, that's part of being an addict. You can always tell if someone's an addict. If it's never their fault, somebody did it to them, the cop was an asshole and all of that stuff. You can always tell if the alcohol's got too much of a hold on them, you know? Chevy fan says you don't even have to hit the target to get a permit in Minnesota. It's impossible to fail. Really? Then why do they have the test? I was always told by, I think it was Jason at Tactical Advantage. He told me that you had to, maybe that's his standard. Maybe he won't endorse you. He said when he does the test, certain spread, certain amount of time. That might be a him standard. And if so, that's really cool that he goes above and beyond. Oh yes, you know what? That is the case. I remember now because he talked to me about it. He said that if you shoot somebody and you have a permit, they can investigate him and see if he followed all the rules to give you that permit and whether or not you should have been permitted in the first place. So that's kind of a cover your ass sort of a deal. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says Minnesota political views confuse me at times. Well, that's because we have a rural base of people, and that's like 40% of the state. And then 60% of the state is like Minneapolis, St. Paul, Rochester, Duluth. It's bigger cities. So it's a really weird mix of rural and metropolitan. Reformed Rapscallion says Canyon Five Guys is overpriced. It is good. Oh, no, we need Checkers. That's what we were looking up. We were looking up Checkers. That was Copilot. That wasn't OBS. $35 away from today. Let's get it. Go ahead. Harry Balls says, so he polices other citizens' rights. No, he covers his own ass. Because he'll get after you, is what he does. He just covers his own ass. Aaron Mongoloid Imholt with $1 says, fuck you, Charles, and then I believe what is supposed to be the N-word. So we're still clearly welcoming Charles into the show. Let's take a look here. I got to look up Checkers. Hopefully they don't take me to the auto parts store. Checkers. Has Review Broad done this one? Oh, here's a black guy eating it. We can trust him, right? Oh, I've seen that signage. I just don't know if we have one in Minnesota. Is Checkers the best fast food burger? Watch a Checkers worker serve. Oh, here you go, guys. Here's a Checkers story for you.
There's just one word for this: disgusting.
Oh, shoot. I was going to say black.
An employee at the fast food chain Checkers intentionally drops a hamburger bun on the floor, wipes it around, then prepares it like business as usual.
All right, that might be bad and that might be disgusting, but if the customer can't tell the difference in taste, whose fault is that really?
It was recorded on a cell phone by her coworker. One guy seems shocked.
Oh my God, yo.
Is that a chicken? That looks more like a chicken sandwich.
Transparency take years to build up, and in this case, it took 21 seconds to really jeopardize that.
Oh, that's way past the 10-second rule.
Happened at a Checkers outside Baltimore, and it gets worse.
Oh, that explains
After
it.
the employee wipes the bun on the floor, she spreads mayonnaise on it.
Go drop me your
This video has gone viral.
I, like you, am appalled and disappointed by what I saw in that video.
Now Checkers is in full damage control, releasing video of a spokeswoman saying all the workers involved have been fired and that they talked to the ringleader.
She confirmed.
The ringleader. Imagine you're a ringleader. That's fucking crazy. What are you the ringleader of? Oh, I'd be the one dropping cold chicken patties on the floor and shit and be making them into sandwiches. That's what I'm the ringleader of. Oh, so nothing cool. You're just all right.
That she and her co-workers were playing around in the kitchen, and the product was never served to a guest.
The burger in question may not have been sold, but the spatula used to spread mayo on the dirty bun appears to be placed back in the mayonnaise container.
How do they know her name in the ghetto? Dirty Buns. How was that? That shouldn't have gotten out there. That's doxing.
The company told Inside Edition, "We have high standards for food safety in our restaurant."
I just want to respond to this the way Roots has kind of pitched Checkers. We have high standards for our food safety. I don't know. A lot of people are saying Checkers is like, it's good, but it's like greasy spoon, bottom of the barrel burger place.
And this definitely does not meet those standards.
So I feel bad for their, 19,000 other workers who will now probably have to suffer some repercussions of slower business.
Oh, you don't understand Americans. We'll go down there and choke down that slop. We're not going to care. Remember the pink slime thing? Remember when they found out that like McDonald's had pink slime in their fucking meat? Nobody cared. Nobody gave a shit. And they just kept sucking down those McDonald's burgers, including me. I don't give a shit. Shit's probably fine. RFK Jr. hasn't gotten rid of it yet. It's probably cool.
That video.
And how about this? The CEO of Checkers, Rick Silva, appeared on the show.
Look at the schnoz on this fucking guy.
Undercover Boss. He worked anonymously in several of his restaurants, even making burgers. This isn't the first time a stomach-turning incident has happened at a fast food restaurant.
That happens while he was there for Undercover Boss. He's like, all right, we have decided that we will no longer be hiring blacks in our restaurants. I think that should take care of the problem. What?
This guy is seen bathing in the kitchen sink in 2008. These bikini-clad fast food workers are taking a bath. In this video, a guy puts cheese up his nose and then puts it on a sandwich. And this picture shows a man licking taco shells. And now...
Hey, are you mentally retarded, but you can still kind of socially function? You're overqualified for Checkers. Go to KFC, you phoebe.
This is the latest nasty video to join the list. Wiping up the floor with a burger bun.
It sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, Checkers is a big old shit pile then. Sorry, guys. I don't know what to tell you. Root says we got Culvers all over Illinois now. Arby's are few and far between. This is always a controversial take. I am not a Culver's guy. I don't get it. I never have gotten it. I don't understand it. Pillory me as you will. 09 Canyon says Checkers used to be open in areas where there were low-income households. He was all about giving a chance to kids to get jobs, and he was strict about the standards. I mean, that's good, but didn't work out there. Thank you very much to... this isn't going to sit well with anybody. This isn't going to sit well with anyone. Oh, God. Walter with $25. Give Walter a karmic.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
There we go. Walter with $25 says, listening behind, but this is for Erica and not the one in the black leather pants. So we're closer to knocking out the goal, but it's another contribution for the goddamn. Well, that puts us $10 away from a perfect week this week. Thank you guys very, very much. $10 away from today's goal and $10 away from utter perfection on the toe. So couple gifted memberships, $10 drop, whatever. Main Vein's probably going to tell everyone to hold and make me light the lamp again, but I don't need to do that. We're going to hit that $10 with or without that music. We don't need that music to hit the last $10 and have a perfect week. It's just not necessary. Let's go into these last 9 o'clock hour stories today. Oh God, I must have been hungry when I prepped this one. Two of the next 3 stories are food related. Fuck. Who was that guy? It's George Stephanopoulos. Now I'm extra creeped out. Cheeseburger Pie says, we are so close to Aaron's perfect udders. I don't have udders. I don't produce milk. None of that is something. 325 Charles, our new guy, he's making friends. He says, wow, I do want to fuck. Chatters are reading my mind. Easy on the, let's not get too. Main Vein says, hold. Wait a minute, Main Vein. We're $10 away, so I have one of 2 choices. I can wait. I can see if we hit it in the next 13 minutes without the music. Or I could play the music right now and I could put you guys to a decision. Are you going to hold up? Are you going to hold until the last minute? Or am I going to play the music and you have to obey your WPH instincts? I got a decision to make. Carlos with $1 says, used to have a Checkers in Minnesota, just closed this year. Like all of them, it was in an absolute fucking slum because they're the church's chicken of burgers. If the hood's good, they avoid it. Wait, no. Whoa. I misunderstood. Are you talking shit about Church's Chicken? Because when I drive to the South, I always got to stop at a Church's Chicken, and I like a good Bob Evans. We don't have those up north. Those might be like hacky, like chain restaurant places, but I'm not going to tolerate people shitting on Church's Chicken. Let's watch a person of undiscernible race eat Church's.
All right, y'all. Today I'm trying Church's Chicken. Oh my God.
What the fuck are you doing? Okay, he's black. Was that gravy, pickle juice, and hot sauce on his chicken? Bro, come on. Don't. What are you trying to do? Get canceled by the NAACP?
Church's does not play. I need to get this more often.
The fuck? This is the most disgusting shit. Is this shit? Is the food review shit still popular? Because that's some of the most obnoxious shit I've ever heard. And I do this show every day.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just hungry.
Giving yourself all kinds of different diseases. Do you guys know that diabetes is through the roof in the black community? And heart disease.
This looks good.
What the fuck, bro? Oh, now we're pushing the chicken into the gravy with another piece of chicken. This is hillbilly behavior.
This chicken's so fresh.
Ugh. Okay, I'm gonna fucking puke. I can't do this. I can't do that one. And he's eating it with a white church. Or white shirt. Now I'm saying churches. Miss Tay says, yeah, Eric Church Chicken blows. That's not what it's called. It's not called Eric Church Chicken. God. Act like you've been there before. Act like you're going back. Mr. Beat with $10 says, some shekels for you. Compliments of Israel. We don't need the music today. Well, we had it once, but we don't need it to close it out.
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of man.
And now Mr. Beat has knocked out today's goal. Another win for the toe. I'm sorry, guys. I know YouTube's been a seethe session today, but
but I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Oh, boy. Crossed up over 600 today. Knocked out the goal for the week. We're way over for Monday evening. Hell of a showing, guys. Hell of a showing. Another win for the toe. We got them on the run in all directions. Now, months ago, the war was over and we won it, but God, continuing to beat up the guerrilla forces sure is sweet. Sure is sweet. Veldrain with $1 says, Charles, if you want to get on Aaron's debatable good side, compliment his dewlap. Charles, you don't need to look up what a dewlap is. There's no, why are we talking to Charles again, guys? Leave Charles alone. It's not necessary. Reformed Rapscallion says, also, Charles, Aaron will insist you pick a favorite one of his chins. That's not true either, Charles. Don't listen to any of them. I am a well-respected member and leader of this community. They love me here. They think I'm wonderful. They think I'm wildly entertaining. They're just joking around, Charles. Don't listen. Somebody, too, says Aaron's favorite. I thought we were going to end the show nicely today. Apparently, we're not. All right, what's my favorite?
What do you want?
Oh, God. Guys, stop it with this shit. All right, now I know tomorrow for Rumble Friday, I'm getting a shitload of slurping, sucking chicken videos. Great. Stop. And stop wearing fucking scientist gloves. If you have to wear like rubber gloves to eat your food, slow the fuck down and maybe don't make a video about it. Okay? Thanks. Oh, and stop miking up your digestive system. Ugh. I wouldn't doubt it if this guy put a lav mic in his colon. We get it. You're eating. He's got the mic right on his throat so you hear all the gurgle noises.
What do you want?
Oh, konnichiwa to you too. Oh, you bring a great dishonor to your family the way you eat your chicken. Ugh. One loot says, I do love your show. Oh, shut the fuck up. I'm just kidding. Thank you for being here. I did kind of create this problem for myself. This goes back to radio. The audience would bust my balls. We'd have some fun. We'd break each other's balls. And then someone would be like, hey, Aaron, I'm just here to say I love your show. And then I would scream and yell at them because the rest of the audience thought that was really funny for me to go, hey, guys, you're being a little mean to me. And someone going, oh, but we love you, Aaron. It's all in fun. Shut the fuck up, you homo. You don't need to suck on my balls. So I do kind of do it to myself. 325 Charles says, I have a very prominent chin. Oh, fucking brag. The host is well-dressed and captures my attention. You hear that, bitches? I'm well-dressed. So take your little, oh, Aaron, were you with the lights out when you picked up that shirt? Does SP dress you so other girls won't look at you? He thinks I'm well-dressed. MSO says, who's this mook with the UPS shirt, right? No, what? No, I'm not. It's not a UPS shirt. Cheeto says, hey, Charles, we're having movie night at Aaron's place. He's showing Jaws on his forehead. Want to stop by? That's not. Do I look like I'm laughing at that? Does that sound like it's funny to me, or is that just really mean because I'm insecure? Abel Graham says, I unironically like the show, LOL. Why would that be LOL? Fuckhead. Love you too. Thank you. Tim the Toolman Taylor says, you act as if you've never eaten a banana or peanut butter cup with the mic in your mouth before. That was on the radio when they had them poorly EQ'd and they picked up all the sound everywhere. Like we were on the fucking radio in 101, air would get captured by the mics. That's how rinky-dink of an operation that was. Phil Herslit says, Aaron is the only one that's going to do the sucking around here. Thank you. Thank you. MSO says, dude is obviously vision impaired. Okay. I think, are we happy now? Speaking of underprivileged neighborhoods, I think they all took a field trip to Valley Fair last week. Valley Fair is like the Six Flags around here.
It's like the big theme park. It's out in It's down in Shakopee in the southern part of the state. And it's really fun. I haven't been there in years, but my kids are probably just about old enough to all go. I can't wait to go back and use my kids as an excuse as to why I get to go on rides again. But Valley Fair is a fun place, great place to take your family. But apparently on their last operating day of the year, which is October 31st, it's called Valley Scare. Get it? No, you guys don't get it. Because it's called Valley Fair normally. But they do a Halloween theme on the last day, and they call it Valley Scare, and they stay open at night. Anyway, I guess a bunch of people who are hard to catch in the dark went to Valley Fair and just started scrapping. Valley Fair tells Fox 9 that its security responded to 2 altercations between large groups at the park Saturday evening. Oh, November 1st was the last day. I apologize. Due to the bad behavior, several guests were removed from the park, and the park is working with law enforcement to investigate the incidents. 2 of the problem troublemakers could not be found as they had closed their eyes. It's not true. It's not what it says. Valley Fair is a family-friendly environment, and we do not tolerate disruptive or inappropriate behavior, bitch. A Six Flags Oh, I forgot. Six Flags bought Valley Fair. So Valley Fair is Six Flags. Told Fox 9, guests who violate our code of conduct are required to leave the park. Shakopee police have not released any details on the trouble. Video from the scene shows multiple police departments had responded to fight. Wait a minute. We got video of these fights and the Fox 9 doesn't want to show it? Come on. Show me some good Valley Fair brawls, bro. Valley Fair fight. Come on. Developing in Shakopee, we're told there's a large police presence. That's actually, I like this account, Crime Watch Minneapolis. Developing in Shakopee, we're told there's a large police response at Valley Fair, which has closed 2 hours early. A large crowd is being corralled by responders. Also, a report of an assault in the women's bathroom. Also, a fight in the parking lot. And then the caption, who can it be now? It's a funny account, but it's also very informative. Oh, boy, here's another one. Amy Lou Who in Minneapolis. She's a Minnesota tweeter. She's got 21,000 followers. Minnesota's largest theme park, Valley Fair, had to close 2 hours early on the last day of the season due to too many fights. Altercations during the final night of Valley Scare led to early closure. Can anyone guess who caused these fights? The fatigue is real. Oh, boy. We got some videos.
There's so many Somalians in this bitch.
That's the fucking greatest. That's all I need. That's the only video I need. From the whole, was it Somalis starting the fights?
There's so many Somalians in this bitch. Oh, God.
Victor, if you're listening, I don't know if you're hanging on till the end of the show today, but Victor, if you could send me that drop, can we please make that the new $10 drop on the show?
There's so many Somalians in this bitch.
I'm not going to be able to get enough of that one. Victor, can we get that video? Can we get that clip? TikTok username 4-0.
There's so many Somalians in this bitch.
Every time someone, we should almost make that the $5 or gifted membership drop. That is fantastic. So, it knocked him out, street fight. All right, that's all I have on the Valley Fair thing. That's it. Was just those two. I don't have any other videos of what happened there. God, that's great. There's so many Somalians in this bitch. Reformed Rapscallion says, why walk so much for fried food? That is not an Aaron Imholt quote. It's not an Aaron Imholt quote. That is incorrect. Papa Shab says, Will Heron should write a poorly worded article about this. It would do numbers. Yeah, he should also misquote people and not be able to hear. That poor kid's so retarded. I feel bad for him because, like, I've said mean shit about him, but he's clearly got some kind. I don't know if it's brain damage from alcoholism or he's just slow, but that poor guy is so easily manipulated. If I would have wanted the embarrassment of having someone like that, quote, on my side, it would not have been difficult to manipulate that boy. He is hopeless for a friend. Take it easy, guys. Dry drunk with donkey teeth, says Bapa Shab. Yes, old dry drunk donkey teeth. I hope he has AI or ChatGPT write his articles for him, because that guy's, one of McNamara's morons. He's probably pushing about a 75 IQ. All right, let's get out of here. Enough bullying. I've got the members only show coming up at about 10:45. I'm going to get turned around. We're going to do that. We're going to cover a CoffeeZilla gambling video you guys asked me to cover. We'll do that in a little bit. And then I have to record an interview at 11:30 today. Very excited for that. Another perfect week for the toe, another win for the toe, and another group of people very, very unhappy. Thank you very much for being here. Like and subscribe, and have a great rest of your day.